Are you ready to explore the principles of true economic freedom and take control of your financial education? Economics and Freedom brings you powerful resources that will transform the way you think about the economy. Check out our ebooks and courses, where complex ideas like Austrian economics are broken down into clear, actionable insights. Whether you're a beginner or looking to sharpen your knowledge, Economics and Freedom is your guide to understanding the economy in a whole new way. Learn how markets really work, why sound money is important, and how individual freedom shapes prosperity. It's not just theory, it's a practical approach to understanding the forces that impact your life every day. Join a growing community of people who value knowledge, freedom, and the power to think independently. Visit www.economics-freedom.com and start your journey today.
Men must be fed and clothed ere they can moralize. About the beginning of the period to which we have constantly referred, of 50 years ago, American art began to rise from its dark age, as we may characterize the period immediately succeeding that of the colonial painters. Up to that time there had been no training schools, no public galleries of any consequence, and but a small audience capable of appreciating good work. In 1826, the National Academy of Design was organized in New York, under the presidency of Samuel F. B. Morse, as the successor of the American Academy of Fine Arts, which died after the fire of the same year had destroyed its art collection. Similar institutions had been founded early in Philadelphia and in Boston, but the National Academy has always exercised a paramount influence in the development of American art. About 10 years later, the American Art Union, an incorporated institution for the distribution by lot of works of art, came into existence, and during more than a decade aided much in educating the people and in bringing into notice many artists who might otherwise have found it difficult to win recognition. But this gain was lost. The influence of the lottery system must have transcended 100-fold any possible advantage gained through it by art. Happily, the day for such gambling is over, but we meet with the evil still where one would least expect it. There is a moral in the story of the poor parishioner who regretted to his minister that he could not pay his quarter's pew rent. "Been gambling in stocks, I suppose," said the minister, testily. "No, sir, not that." "Well, speculating in oil, then?" "No, sir, I went to your church fair, sir, and was roped into so many lotteries." Tableau. Several small public galleries, like those of the Athenaeum in Boston and of the Historical Society in New York, and a few private collections were found in different parts of the country, which all exercised a considerable influence in raising the standard of popular taste. People began to buy pictures, and, as was natural, began by buying very poor pictures. European dealers, taking advantage of the comparative ignorance of the country in art matters, flooded the principal cities with alleged examples of the old masters, which found a ready sale 30 or 40 years ago, but which gradually disappeared as their worthlessness was understood. And now it would be difficult to find one of those early art treasures of America in any respectable house, unless it may have been preserved among the rubbish of the garret. The experience thus gained was of the utmost value. The American, with his quick perception, soon learned to distinguish between the good and the bad, and though his taste may in some cases seem a little loud to the European connoisseur, he seldom buys anything which is absolutely worthless. He is recognized in the European markets as one of the shrewdest, as well as one of the most liberal buyers. Throughout the world, whenever art treasures come under the hammer, the American will be found in competition with nobles, and even with crowned heads, and he is no mean competitor, for he carries a pocketful of dollars, and is not afraid to spend them where he is sure of getting his money's worth. Thus, during the past 20 years, there has been a constant flow of works of art to the United States. There is no city of importance in the country which has not its public gallery of painting and of sculpture, as well as many private collections in the houses of its citizens. These latter are often put on exhibition as loan collections, and exert a most beneficial influence in creating a taste for art. Of course, the United States can scarcely hope to form art collections comparable with those of the Old World, lest some unforeseen revolution should break up the great museums of some of its capital cities, when we might hope, and indeed expect, that many of their treasures would gravitate westward. But while the old masters are thus denied to us, we have some consolation in knowing that a large proportion of the best modern works are brought to this country. I have excellent authority for the assertion that the United States now possesses more and finer examples of the modern French and German schools of painting than are to be found in Europe. The modern Spanish and Italian schools are also well represented, the English school not so well, American taste gravitating rather to the realism of the French than to the romantic idealism of the British school. It is useless for the critics to attempt to explain the extraordinary disproportion between the influx of British and French art into America by the assertion that the fine art dealers in the United States are mostly of French and German origin. Even if this were true, the dealers would not hesitate to import English pictures if there was a market for them. They purchase largely of English engravings because there is a demand for them, and they can be had at a price which leaves a good margin for profit. They do not buy English paintings because they are held at prices much higher than in proportion to the talent displayed than are the works of French and German artists. This is sufficient in itself to account for the numerical preponderance of these two schools of art in the United States, and for the gravitation of American taste in their direction. I would not draw any invidious comparison, but I am not sure, if I am called upon for a further explanation of this phenomenon, that the prevailing fashion of buying French paintings may not have a still more serious justification, for whatever the London critics may preach concerning the decadence of the French school, the Salon is still, as it was under the Empire, the highest art tribunal in the world. The foreign reader must not infer from what I have said of the American predilection for the French school of art that the Americans have no painters of their own. They have good painters in all departments of art, while in several branches they are able to compete with any other country in the world. Their landscape school is unexcelled, and in marine painting they are fast approaching the standard of the British school. In portraiture they are equal to the English and French painters, and in some respects they excel the latter, being free from the academic tricks which detract from the dignity of Gallic art. In genre, they are not far behind the French and German painters. In history and allegory they are as yet weak, though several of the younger painters, now studying under French and German influences, show signs of phenomenal ability which may soon bring America to the fore in these departments also. It may be urged with some show of justice that these painters are Americans in little more than birth and name, and that they ought properly to be classed among the French and Germans, under whose guidance they have been educated, and have won their laurels. But if so strict a rule of classification were adopted, we should have to give Poussin and Spagnoletto to the Italians, and, to take a more modern case, send Alma Tadema back to his home in the Netherlands. Art is cosmopolitan, and should have no country. Whatsoever land possesses the best schools and the best facilities for instruction through the possession of the masterpieces of the past, that land will attract students from every other part of the world, and so long as the great galleries of the Old World exist, so long will American students cross the ocean to study what can never, under any present possibility, be found at home. End of Chapter 14, Part 1. Chapter 14, Part 2 of Triumphant Democracy by Andrew Carnegie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Triumphant Democracy by Andrew Carnegie. Chapter 14, Part 2. Art and Music. America has developed within the past half-century a school of sculpture which has won recognition both at home and abroad, though a visit to the national capital and to the public squares of some of the larger cities would scarcely induce such an opinion. Many of her sculptors have been educated under Italian influences, but have drawn their inspiration rather from the antique than the modern Italian school. Some who stand foremost at home today have not enjoyed the benefit of foreign instruction, and their works consequently possess more of the flavor of the soil, so to speak, than do those which have been executed in strict accordance with the academic rules transmitted from antiquity. It is possible that these may develop in time into a purely American school of sculpture, which shall be recognized and take its place as such in the art history of the world. In the sister art, architecture, though America's brief century of existence has not brought to light any transcendent genius like him who created the Taj Mahal or elevated the Dome of St. Peter's, there has been sufficient advancement to meet the requirements of the country. American architecture in the past cannot be said to have had any individuality, but to have been rather the result of external influences. The reflection of the art developed in Europe through centuries of growth. Like all imitations, the imported style was generally exaggerated and often applied to uses for which it was never intended. Thus, a half-century ago, the Greek style was the prevailing fashion in not only public buildings like the custom houses of New York, Philadelphia, and Boston, but also churches, town halls, and even dwelling homes were constructed in the semblance of classic temples. In the suburbs of any of the eastern towns may still be seen white-painted wooden dwellings with pretentious porticos of Ionic or Corinthian columns, combined with the absurdity of modern windows and green blinds. The Greek style in time gave way to the Gothic, and the classic temple was superseded by a nondescript building modeled or supposed to be modeled after the medieval cathedral. Some good churches were built in this style, the most successful one being Trinity Church in New York, erected in 1840 through 1845. But as the Greek style had been before, it was soon applied to uses utterly foreign to its purposes, and all kinds of buildings, including dwelling houses, were decorated with Gothic gables, pinnacles, and battlements. This fashion in turn had its day, and in time the Gothic was restricted mostly to ecclesiastical edifices, while domestic architecture went through a variety of transformations involving all the styles known to the ages. In some of the larger cities, New York especially, the exigencies of space gave rise to narrow dwellings built in uniform blocks, generally of brick, faced with brown sandstone, from which they were called brownstone fronts. Some of these long blocks of narrow dwellings, which caused the Grand Duke Alexis to remark that the Americans live in bins, are really very handsome, especially in Fifth Avenue, New York, a street of city residences unequaled elsewhere in the world. During the past 2 decades, a change has gradually been wrought in the style of city dwellings, and the uniform Italian brownstone fronts have been superseded by a variety of styles, each building having a marked individuality which distinguishes it from its neighbors. Many of these new residences will bear favorable comparison, considered architecturally, with any in Europe, and in internal conveniences and modern appliances have not their equal anywhere. This is as true of the dwellings built of the late years in other places as of those in New York, and the day is not far distant when every considerable town in the United States will have palatial residences rivaling those of the Old World. The architecture of municipal and mercantile buildings in America is in a great degree like domestic architecture, the reflection of foreign examples, modified, of course, to some extent by new requirements. Some of the more pretentious structures, though perhaps amenable to criticism as works of art, are notable examples of their kind and will bear comparison with similar buildings in Europe. The Capitol at Washington, though displeasing to Mr. Ferguson's critical eye, is yet a noble building, and notwithstanding its shortcomings, better adapted for legislative uses than the British Houses of Parliament. And the later public buildings at Washington, especially the French Renaissance structures, for the use of the War and State Departments, are unexcelled. Many of the state capitals, notably those of New York, Connecticut, Ohio, and other western states, are worthy of any country. In mercantile architecture, the Americans are abreast of, if not in advance of the rest of the world. The stores or shops of all of the larger cities are equal to any in European capitals, and the magnificent structures erected by insurance, banking, and other corporations are fit for the uses of even the merchant princes of democracy. There is nothing elsewhere in the world to compare with these structures. Buildings equally fine are to be found in that great western city, Chicago. One block there has 13 stories, the highest hardly less elaborate in decoration or less perfect in its appointments than the lowest. Indeed, the rental of offices high up is greater than that of those nearer earth. Lifts shoot skyward with a swiftness that leads the unaccustomed aeronaut to think he has left part of his anatomy on the ground floor, and they drop down again with equal rapidity. The 13th story is thus made as accessible as the third, while it possesses the advantages of purer air and less noise. Music, heavenly made, early visited America, but finding no congenial abiding place among the sons of toil who were battling with the wilderness, returned to quieter scenes to await the cessation of the struggle. She has now taken up her permanent abode in the Republic, and finds herself at home even in the far West, among the roughest scenes the continent can show. The history of music in America is a record of spirited enterprises and discouraging failures, alternating with almost rhythmic regularity. Artists of the first order, like Malibran, made a temporary success even 50 years ago, but it is only recently that a regular opera has been established in any American city. Some of the most successful performances took place in New York half a century ago, yet at periods it was almost impossible to get together half a dozen fiddles. A German who visited New York in 1828 wrote, "The orchestras are very bad indeed, as bad as it is possible to imagine, and incomplete. Sometimes they have 2 clarinets, which is a great deal. Sometimes there is only one first instrument. Of bassoons, oboes, trumpets, and kettle drums, one never sees a sight. However, once in a while a first bassoon is employed. Only one oboist exists in North America, and he is said to live in Baltimore. In spite of all this incompleteness, they play symphonies by Haydn and grand overtures, and if a gap occurs, they think this is only of passing importance, provided it rattles away again afterwards. It is a self-understood custom that the leader, with his violin, takes part in every solo. Hence one never hears a solo played alone by one person. This is probably done in order to get a fuller sound." This was 3 years after Garcia's Italian opera appeared in New York, and several amateur musical clubs had long been in existence. The practical and unromantic character of the English people long delayed acceptance of the opera in Britain. As Addison amusingly says, "There is nothing that has more startled our English audience than the Italian recitative at its first entrance upon the stage. People were wonderfully surprised to hear generals saying the word of command, and ladies delivering messages in music. Our countrymen could not forbear laughing when they heard a lover chanting out a billet doux, and even the superscription of a letter set to a tune. The famous blunder in an old play of Enter a King and 2 fiddlers solas was no longer an absurdity, when it was impossible for a hero in a desert or a princess in her closet to speak anything unaccompanied with musical instruments. In America the same cause continued to operate at a much later date. A native critic has written a passage about his countrymen similar to the above. Speaking of the opera-goers of 50 years ago, he says, "If the inquisitive American looked in a critical way at the intellectual meaning of the Italian opera, he found little to satisfy his mind. On the contrary, he found it ridiculous. He succeeded at getting at the plot of the fantastic libretto. To see an actor making such a fuss about killing himself or anybody else on account of some unsuccessful love affair, but who could not accomplish his bloody design on account of too much singing. He wondered why 2 lovers, having a secret to tell each other, should go about shouting it out in endless repetitions and endless cadenzas. He became impatient with a troop of soldiers, thundering ferocious, threatening war songs, but who, having so much to sing, could not move a step from their posts. All these things puzzled him, were a mystery to him, and annoyed and bewildered him. They, on the whole, appeared to him much ado about nothing." Viewed in this matter-of-fact way, the opera does seem absurd, and we need not wonder that it long received scant recognition by our practical, long-headed people, who ask the why and wherefore of everything which claims their approval. At the present day, however, opera is flourishing like an indigenous plant, and New York supports 2 great opera houses, besides numerous theaters for opera comique, etc. Every important city has its opera house. Miss Nielsen found in a young western town the best building for sound she had ever known. Jeffrey's American Guide to Opera Houses and Theaters contains particulars of nearly 4,000 such buildings distributed all over the continent. Opening it at random, I find amongst hundreds of others the following: Centralia on Chicago, Kansas City, and Denver Short Line of the CNA and West St. Louis and Pacific Railroads. Population 1,500. Threlkeld's Opera Hall. Good stage and scenery. Terms reasonable. People's Theater. First-class stage and scenery. Stage 25 feet by 48 feet. Piano. Rent $20, etc. Take Oshkosh, away out in Wisconsin, 200 miles from Chicago, with a population of 22,000. New Opera House. Stage 42 by 70 feet. Seats 1,100. Turner House. Stage 30 by 50. Seats 800. Wacker Hall. 30 by 54. Seats 1,100. Here is Paris, Texas. Babcock Opera House. Seats 1,000. Paris Opera House. Seats 450. Idaho was a wilderness a few years ago, as was Montana. Now I see Eagle Rock, Idaho, with a total population of only 700, has Chamberlain Hall with organ, seats 600. Glens Hall, seats 300. Butte City, Montana, has New Opera House, seats 800. Thomas Amphitheater, seats 1,500. Grand Opera House, seats 1,000. But its population is 10,000, so that it does not rival Eagle Rock, with its 700 population and Temples of the Muses to seat 900. The theaters and opera houses of the principal cities in America are, of course, much superior to those in Europe, because they were built recently and have improvements unthought of years ago. Besides, the greater wealth of the country justifies greater expenditure upon everything. Musical societies are found in every western town of importance. Milwaukee, with a history of only half a century, had its Musique Verein 36 years ago. In 1851, this enterprising club performed the Creation, the Seasons, parts of the Messiah, and parts of Rossetti's Jesus in Gethsemane. Every year since, it has performed works of like character. The city has been a center from which musical culture has radiated throughout the Northwest. Cincinnati is another such center. Situated midway between the eastern cities and New Orleans, it has since early days been specially benefited as the calling place of itinerant operatic and dramatic companies. St. Louis, Louisville, Chicago, Indianapolis, Detroit, Buffalo, Pittsburgh, Denver, San Francisco, New Orleans are all prominent examples of western cities in which music is generally cultivated. My experience in the two lands leads me unhesitatingly to accord the palm to the old home for vocal music. There is no society in the Republic to compare with those which delight the masses with vocal music in the monarchy. To hear one of the best choirs in Britain sing an oratorio is one of the greatest delights. Their voices seem smoother, and above all, the enunciation is perfect. The American voice is thin to begin with, the effect of climate, I fear, and to this is added the abominable practice of slurring over or cutting off troublesome syllables. The American woman is the most intelligent, entertaining, and most agreeable in the world. If she had her English sister's voice and enunciation, she would be perfect. But these she has not. There is a snippiness about her words which follows her even in oratorio. The men, of course, being more deliberate of speech, are not such great sinners in this respect. America still has much to learn from the parent land in vocal music. I wish she would begin to take lessons soon. On the other hand, America leads Britain in instrumental music, probably owing to the large infusion of the German element with which it is blessed. I've heard several competent foreign musicians pronounce the Thomas Orchestra superior to that of Richter in London, or to any other orchestra in Europe. And I have sufficient faith in this opinion to challenge the best London orchestra to a contest. Let us have an international orchestral trial. Our performer's going to London to play upon alternate nights with Richter's fine band, and theirs coming to New York next season for the return trial. To excel in instrumental music would be another feather in the cap of democracy. Even to prove a worthy second to Richter's orchestra would not discredit us. The cause of music could not but be benefited by the friendly family match. This year witnesses an ambitious attempt to found a National Conservatoire of Music which may rival the Academy founded last year in Britain. The enterprise is in excellent hands and promises to give the Republic a new institution of which it may justly be proud. A school has already been started and pupils are being received. It is held that the time has passed when the gifted sons and daughters of the Republic should find it necessary to go abroad for the highest musical instruction. Even more daring is the attempt to produce American opera, which is now being made by these enthusiastics of the National School of Music. So far its success has surprised the public. The operas are, of course, the work of foreigners, but they are sung in English, or must we not begin to call it the American language? "Oh," said a distinguished lady to another the other evening as she listened to the opera in her own language, "it's so queer to understand the language of opera, isn't it?" "I always did, dear," was the response. Sooner or later the new idea is bound to conquer. The Republic will produce not only a national school of music, but in time develop a national music itself, for it is impossible that so numerous and so rich a people, and one so unusually fond of music, should long remain without an institution of the highest character for musical culture. We hail this present effort, therefore, with great pleasure, and commend it to the support of the American people, upon whom, and not upon any governmental aid, it must fortunately depend. The material progress of the Republic is not the only progress made during the triumphant march of the democracy. In art and in music the nation is advancing with a rapidity which belies the assertion that the tendency of democracy is to materialize a people and give it over to sordid thoughts, that the unrestrained exercise of personal liberty ends only in the accumulation of dollars. Republicanism does not withhold from life the sweetness and light which mainly makes it worth living. Hard, unremitting toil quickly seeks appropriate relaxation. The history of music and art in America is in miniature their history throughout the world. First came struggles with nature, hard-fought battles with corresponding adaptation of temperament. Then with victory came leisure, and human nature was molded into harmony with its milder conditions. And then, as Dryden says, "At last divine Cecilia came, inventress of the vocal frame, the sweet enthusiast, from her sacred store enlarged the former narrow bounds, and added length to solemn sounds, with nature's mother wit, and arts unknown before." Unless the greatest and best of the race are wholly at fault in their estimate of the influence exerted upon men by art and music, we may accept the taste for these with which the democracy can safely be credited as an augury of promise. Life in the Republic is being rapidly refined. The race for wealth ceases to be so alluring. Ostentation in dress or living is bad form. In due time fashion may decree that its devotees must be neither loud nor extravagant. Music and art create the taste for the most refined, not for the coarse expression of our surroundings. It is now certain that in love of art and music the democracy even today is not behind the monarchy, and evidence is not wanting that it is entering more and more into and elevating year after year not only the few but the great masses which make up the national life of the Republic. End of Chapter 14, Part 2. Art and Music.
Chapter 15 of Triumphant Democracy by Andrew Carnegie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, in October 2020. Triumphant Democracy by Andrew Carnegie, Chapter 15, Literature. Quotation by Shakespeare, "He hath never fed of the dainties that are bred in a book. He hath not eat paper, as it were. He hath not drunk ink. His intellect is not replenished. He is only an animal, only sensible in his duller parts." End quote. This was not written of the omnivorous American, for he has eaten paper, as it were, and drunk ink ever since he was born. These are his daily food. As far back as the year 1836, which brings us to the beginning of the 50 years under review, a writer in the Philadelphia Public Ledger for March 25th, describing the extent of newspaper reading in America, says, quote, "In the cities of New York and Brooklyn, containing together a population of 300,000, the daily circulation of the penny papers is not less than 70,000. These papers are to be found in every street, lane, and alley, in every hotel, tavern, counting-house, shop, and store. Almost every porter and drayman, while not engaged in his occupation, may be seen with a penny paper in his hand." End quote. This was the year when in England the newspaper tax was reduced from 4d, equivalent to 8 cents, to a penny, 2 cents per copy, when the usual price of London papers was 5d, or 10 cents, or 6d, 12 cents. The great mass of the people, even if they could read, could only obtain a news sheet by sharing among many the cost of the luxury. The majority of the intelligent had to be content with hearing articles read from papers to the company in a hall or coffee room. Several factors have conspired to make the American people great newspaper readers. The Puritan settlers were active political partisans. Everything which concerned government was of deepest interest to them, and it was among such as they that the first manuscript newsletters had their largest circulation. The descendants of these hardy pilgrims inherited that jealous regard for the rights of the citizen which in the 16th century manifested itself in political nonconformity, and in the 18th century was the propelling force of the American Revolution. Every man, woman, and child of New England at that trying time habitually discussed politics and sought news with an eagerness that we never feel except under the stimulus of a great political crisis. In 1800, the young republic had 200 newspapers, of which several were dailies. In 1810 through 11, disputes with England revived men's interest in politics, an interest which became doubly keen when the war was declared, and every able-bodied man took from its nail his trusty flintlock in preparation for battle. Conceived in political tribulation, born amid the throes of a severe political struggle, and nursed in the midst of political excitements, the young American nation developed an aptitude for government which Republican institutions have ever since tended to strengthen. Where every man is a voter, every man is a politician, and a nation of politicians is the journalist's favorite field. A further cause is the education which during the century has been so widely diffused. Teach a man how to read, and you at once invest him with the appetite for reading. And what can be of greater interest than the world's history read in contemporary lights? Again, newspaper taxes have never existed in the United States. As a consequence, journalism attained maturity in America earlier than in Europe. These combined factors have made the American nation greater newspaper readers than any other people. The Republic has aptly been called the editor's paradise, for certainly, except in the Wild West, where revolvers are jocularly said to be as necessary to editors as inkstands, journalists do have pretty much their own way. In 1880, the number of periodicals of all classes published in the United States was 11,314. Of these, more than 4/5 are devoted to news, politics, and family reading. The remainder are technical publications relating to trade, industry, the professions, science, etc. More than 3/4 of the whole are weekly publications. 10% are monthlies. Daily papers form rather less than 10%. 10,515 periodicals are published in the English language and 601 in German. The remaining percentage is contributed in the following languages, in this order: French, Scandinavian, Spanish, Dutch, Italian, Welsh, Bohemian, and Polish. There is, moreover, a Portuguese paper in New York, a Chinese paper in San Francisco, and a Cherokee one in Tahlequah, Indian Territory. In none of these languages does the proportion of periodicals reach 1% of the whole. The combined issue of the periodical press exceeds 31 millions. The copies printed aggregate in a year 1,344,000,000, giving an average of 2 copies a week to every family. The growth of American newspaper literature is no less astonishing than the growth of so many other things American. The first census of the press was taken in 1850, though Mulhall gives an estimate for 1840. The number of newspapers in 1850 was about 830. 10 years later, it had increased to 2,526. In 1860, it reached 4,051. In 1870, 5,871, while 10 years later it had nearly doubled, reaching the number of 11,314, or more than 4 times as many as in 1850. In circulation, the increase has been even greater. In 1850, the average circulation per issue was 5,142,177. It leaped to 13,663,409 in 1860, to 20,824,475 in 1870, and in 1880 it reached the enormous number of 31,779,686. The morning newspapers of the principal cities consist of 8 pages, like those of London, and are sold at the same price, 2 cents, 1 penny. The Republican sheets are characterized by greater vivacity than the monarchical, more spicy news, and above all, a much more attractive mode of displaying it. A leading English editor once remarked to me, quote, "We have no editors who rank with the American, but many writers who excel yours." End quote. This was a just criticism. We see, however, in nothing more strongly than the newspaper press of the 2 countries the operation of that law of assimilation which tends to make their products alike. The American press is rapidly acquiring greater dignity, and the British press more sparkle. They will soon be as like as 2 peas, and the change toward each other will improve both. There are many things other than the press in which a mixture of the old and the new would be equally advantageous. The falsest impressions of a country are created in the minds of foreigners by its newspaper press, because people forget that the press deals in the uncommon, the abnormal. A column is given to some startling monstrosity, a 3-headed calf, for instance, but it doesn't follow that American calves, as a rule, possess more than the usual number of head pieces seen in Europe. An unruly refugee with 20 aliases kills a Texan rowdy in a barroom, farther away from New York than Cairo is from London, and the press on both sides of the water gives the fullest details. It isn't a corollary at all that human life is not respected in the Republic. A defaulter absconds, and the world is filled with the news. Not a word is said about the thousands of men in positions of trust who guard their charge to the last penny. My experience with newspapers upon both sides of the Atlantic has shown me how incorrect ideas are instilled of the one land in the other by the press. A New York sheet referring to the meeting of a few hair-brained cranks in Hyde Park, a motley crowd, whose appearance made me feel as Falstaff did about his soldiers, quote, "I'll not march with them through Coventry, that's flat," end quote, lays this episode before its readers, headed in large type, "A Grand Republican Rally," and many readers think the Prince of Wales has not the ghost of a chance. I wish it were so indeed, and I honor these cranks very much. All real reformers are cranks in their day. Phim, Hampden, Cromwell were, and John Bright himself was a very pronounced one, till he brought the nation up to his level. Now he is a regulation statesman in good form. But truth compels me to say that the Republican rally in Hyde Park was not much of a rally. It was like a great ball which the princess wished to give in Ottawa upon court lines of etiquette and could not. In Canada, society was all in vulgar trade. There was not enough left to make a ball at all. In like manner, a socialist's procession marches through the streets of Chicago, probably not an American in the array, a parcel of foreign cranks whose communistic ideas are a natural growth of the unjust laws of their native land, which deny these men the privilege of equal citizenship and hold them down as inferiors from their birth. And forthwith European papers alarm the timid and well-to-do masses of Europe by picturing this threatened assault upon property as the result of republicanism, the truth being that in no other country are the rights of property held so sacredly as in America. Legislation to fix values of anything here, as values of land are fixed in Ireland, for instance, would be decried from one end of the land to the other. The only true and abiding conservatism is that engendered by republican institutions, conservatism of what is just, what is good, for these no party seeks to destroy. In like manner, the books of travel written by visitors to any land must in their very nature be misleading. What strikes the stranger is not the 1,001 matters which are alike to those at home, nor the 1,000 occurrences which are common to him at home or abroad. It is the one exceptional matter, thing, or event which he notes down at once and says, "I can work that up, it is so strange." Very true, only it may be just as exceptional, just as strange to the native. The false impression is conveyed to the public for whom he writes by implying that it is the common and usual custom or occurrence. Few travelers know how to arrive at the real everyday life of people, and yet from this alone is a just estimate of that people to be obtained. As the two divisions get to know each other better, they will understand that in the main, human life is very much the same on both sides of the Atlantic. It is after we cross the Mississippi and come to the Great West, that new region which the hardy pioneer is rapidly bringing into civilization, that life takes on different features. As might be expected, the difference in the press there gives us the best idea of the chasm which still divides the settled state from the unsettled territory. When a party of prospectors have found a mineral vein in the West, about the first thing they do after deciding to build a city is to start a newspaper. With characteristic Western eccentricity, this is named the Lead Gulch Screamer or the Peekaboo Avalanche. Then a press and type are brought in. The most literate of the gang invests in a table, an armchair, and an inkstand, and being already furnished with a revolver, he begins to run the paper. As the town grows, competing editors come in, and soon the struggle for existence sets in with an acerbity of feeling not excelled in those poetic dragons of the prime who tore each other in their slime. Specimens of slime are carefully collected by European bookmakers and quoted as representative of American journalism. After the rough pioneering has been done, the gentler evidences of white civilization soon manifest themselves. Fine streets lined with handsome buildings and towering churches spring up on the site of the wilderness, and literature takes upon itself a milder form. Present editors in Western towns which have originated and grown in this way are men of culture, often graduates from Eastern universities, and these are not the men who pen the articles so largely quoted from by bookmakers. Dickens's amusing representation of the editorial combat in Pickwick will keep in memory the fact that a few years ago British editors used inks of concentrated gall and venom. In periodical literature, the child land has for a few years excelled its mother. In Harper's Magazine and The Century, the art of editing has joined the arts of printing and engraving and has surpassed anything before known in the history of periodical literature. These magazines, which for years have been educating the American people in principles of true art and instilling a love of pure literature, have done more than all the rest of the world's periodical publications to raise the artistic standard of printing. Not in America alone, but in England has their influence been potent for good, and undisguised imitations of these magazines now appear even in Germany, which not many years ago seemed to have a monopoly of good engravers. It is in vain that any English or German magazine can hope to rival its Republican compeer, not because the necessary talent and skill do not exist, or at least that it could not be created, but simply because it will not pay to employ it. The American publisher prints 250,000 of copies. This number has even been exceeded. The expense for art and matter distributed among this huge edition is a trifle per copy. What is the poor publisher to do who has not 40,000 subscribers? And this not 1 shilling magazine has in Britain or Germany. He yields the race perforce to the Republican. Harper's and the Century actually sell more copies in Britain than any British monthly publication of equal price. Truly, their venture in England is a strange and startling success. Let us note here that as population grows faster in the new than in the old land, more and more sure is it that the American publisher can afford to expend greater sums upon his magazine, which means that the native publications must encounter fiercer warfare than ever. Periodicals of high order for the girls and boys of a nation are of vital consequence. The world has not anything comparable to the St. Nicholas or Harper's Young People. Every friend to whom I have sent them in Britain has substantially said, "We have nothing like these. Our children watch for their arrival as for a great treat. They are devoured." It was all very well for the democracy to supply the monarchies with pork and flour, cheese and provisions, the necessaries of life, a coarse material triumph this, but what are we to say to this exportation of food for the mind? If democracy is successfully to invade the higher province and minister to the things of the spirit as well as to those of the body before it is more than a century old, what is the monarchy to set forth as that in which it excels? It is, at all events, to take the crumbs which fall from the Republican magazine table. That much is settled, and it is with special pride we note the triumph of democracy in these branches of art. The thanks of the Republic are due to Harper's and the Century for a successful, and I hope a permanent and profitable invasion of Great Britain. May their circulation never be less on either side of the Atlantic. American journalists have become noted all over the world, as indeed have Americans generally, for enterprise and energy. American foreign correspondents have revolutionized their profession. Until Stanley was sent into Equatorial Africa by the New York Herald to find Livingstone, such extraordinary missions were unknown. But English journals quickly followed, and O'Donovan, brave, bright, and young when he fell in the Sudan, was sent by the Daily News to Merv. The Jeannette expedition was a newspaper enterprise. The Bengal famine, the condition of Ireland, the Tunisian difficulty, the Burma dispute, the exploration of Korea, all these and many other matters have come within the scope of the modern foreign correspondent. It is interesting in this connection to see how the Anglo-Saxon race leads the world in journalism. Of 23,000 newspapers in the world, about half are American. Other papers published in English raise the total to more than 13,000, leaving to the rest of the world, Germany, France, Italy, Spain, India, etc., only 10,000 to divide amongst themselves. The English language, gauged by those who speak it, is leaving the rest of the world even more hopelessly in the rear. At the beginning of the century, our tongue was spoken by 20 million people and occupied only 5th place, coming behind even Spain and Russia. It now occupies 1st place, being spoken by more than 100 million, whilst French and Spanish have not yet reached the 50s. Since 1801, the English language has advanced from 12 9/10 to 27 1/10 aliquot parts of all European languages. Of 368 million people now speaking the European languages, 100 million speak English. Of course, there is little question here as to the coming universal language. The world is to speak English, think English, and read English. The only question is whether it will be aristocratic or democratic English, Queen's English or People's English, and there is not much question about that. When we recollect the great amount of hard manual work which has been spent by the American people on the subjugation of their vast continent, it is a matter of surprise that literature and the gentle arts generally should also have attained such development. The hewing of wood, the clearing of forests, the breaking of prairie lands, railroad building, and canal digging are not conducive to development of the sort of brain which runs into books. And during the early years of the country, when brawn rather than brain was in demand, bookmaking received scant attention. The change consequent upon the cessation of the struggle with nature in New England was well described by Cullen Bryant at a publisher's celebration in 1855. He said, quote, "After his, Cotton Mather's, time, in the 150 years which followed, the procession of American authors was a straggling one. At present they are a crowd which fairly choke the way. Illustrious historians, able and acute theologians, authors of books of travels, instructive or amusing, clever novelists, brilliant essayists, learned and patient lexicographers. Every bush, I had almost said every buttercup of the field, has its poet. Poets start up like the soldiers of Roderick Dhu from behind every rock and out of every bank of fern." End quote. An idea of this increasing literary activity may be obtained from the fact that in the publication of original American books, the year 1853 shows an advance of 800% in less than 20 years. In the 12 years ending 1842, there were published 1,115 works, 623 of them being original. In the single year of 1853, 733 new books were published, 420 of which were original American works. From these facts, a well-known publisher of that period concluded that literature and the book trade had increased 10 times as fast as the population. In 1884, more than 4,000 books were published in the Republic. To enumerate the tons of paper used for printing may be considered a curious way of estimating the literature of a nation. Still, it has been done, and the result is interesting. About 107,000 tons of paper are annually used in the United States, against 95,000 tons in the United Kingdom and 70,000 tons in France. Canada, subject and dependent, contrasts unfavorably with the Republic in every way, but in none more than this. She uses but 4,000 tons of paper a year, only about 2/5 of the Republic's ratio to population. The amount annually spent on books and newspapers by the Republic is $90 million, 18 million pounds, against the $80 million, 16 million pounds, spent by Britain. It is not 50 years since a British critic asked sneeringly, "Who reads an American book?" Today, the same critic, if he be living and up with the times, will have to reverse his question and ask, "Who does not read an American book?" A glance at the British trade catalogues will show how many American publications are reprinted in Great Britain, for the British publisher does not hesitate, in the absence of an international copyright law, to appropriate any successful American work, although he is apt to call his Yankee brother hard names for pursuing a similar policy in relation to British publications. The works of popular American historians, American poets, and American novelists are all reprinted in England and are as well known there as at home. Indeed, it has been said that Longfellow is more widely read in Britain than the lordly poet laureate himself. The very successful enterprise of Mr. Douglas, the Edinburgh publisher, is a case in point, the series of American stories which he republishes having had a wonderfully large sale. 2 American lexicographers have contributed to the world 2 of the best English dictionaries, and the Standard Greek Lexicon, published by the University of Oxford, is printed from American plates, edited and made in New York. Some idea of the American demand for books may be formed from a few illustrations. The 9th edition of the Encyclopedia Britannica, now in course of publication, has more than 50,000 subscribers in the United States, probably more than 5 times as many as it has in its own home. Besides this, an unauthorized edition, a reprint, has had also a large circulation. Let us pause here a moment to try to take in the full significance of such a fact as this. The Britannica is the one distinctively national work. One would think it was published surely for Britain, but no, it is not for the parent land, but for the Republic that this treasury of all knowledge is prepared. Its purchasers are not in Old, but in New England, 5 to 1, thus at every point we stumble, as it were, upon startling proofs that the dear old home is becoming the satellite of the Republican giant, whose mass is too great to be resisted. Its power of attraction begins to draw the smaller body out of its monarchical orbit into the great sweep of the Republican idea, the equality of the citizen. The same firm which imports the Encyclopedia Britannica in the United States, Charles Schreiber's Sons of New York, are the publishers of the great Statistical Atlas of the United States. Nearly 80 tons, 157,500 pounds of paper were used in the printing of the first edition of this work, which is one of the wonderful books of the century, wonderful even in America. The American Cyclopedia, published by D. Appleton and Company, New York, has also had an enormous circulation, more than 120,000 sets of 16 volumes each having been sold by subscription at an average price of $100 the set, making in the aggregate more than $12 million, 2,400,000 pounds. The same firm have printed more than 50 million of Webster's Spelling Book, and still print and sell 1 million copies every year. Picturesque America, a costly work in 2 large volumes, has also had a phenomenal sale. More than 100,000 copies have been disposed of. Mr. Blaine's book, 20 Years in Congress, has more than 200,000 subscribers, and General Grant's personal memoirs, more than 300,000. The sums realized by both these writers will exceed $250,000, 50,000 pounds. The latter will probably double that amount, and I have seen an estimate which placed Mrs. Grant's prospective profits at $700,000, 140,000 pounds. Milton was glad to get £5 for Paradise Lost. Even Macaulay's celebrated cheque for £10,000 received for his History dwindles into insignificance compared with the princely compensation awarded to its favourites by the Triumphant democracy. It is much the same with all standard British publications. All have a larger circulation in the Republic than in the monarchy. Spencer, Tennyson, Smiles, Morley, the Arnolds, Matthew and Edwin, all have larger constituencies in New than in Old England. Indeed, the first named, Herbert Spencer, was discovered and appreciated by American readers before he was recognized at home. And here let me, in passing, drop a tear over the one sad blot which disgraces the Republic. Her laws do not give protection to the foreign author. For this I have neither palliation nor excuse. It is, since slavery is gone, the one disgraceful thing of which, as a nation, she is guilty. It brings the blush of shame to my cheek as I think of it. There are now signs that the public conscience is awakening to the duty of removing the stain. A fair Copyright Act would probably have been passed by Congress at its last session, but for the jealousies of publishers and the somewhat impracticable attitude, if they will permit one of their humble members to say so, of our Copyright League. Authors are not as a class distinguished, I think, for practical good sense in legislative matters. Something must be conceded to publishers on this side, and something must be conceded by publishers on the other. It is asking too much, or at least more than is likely to be granted, for publishers abroad who own a copyright on a popular author's work which they have enjoyed for many years and paid for only on the basis of the home market, to insist upon reaping a new harvest on such works in America. If the money would go to the author or his representatives, the idea would not be so unpalatable. In like manner, publishers here insist that an author taking out an American copyright should publish his work in America as well as in his own land. It is a publisher's quarrel. Had the authors on both sides the power to adjust it, the Republic would soon be relieved from the just reproach of stealing the work of men's brains, the most valuable work of all. Ere a new edition of Triumphant Democracy be called for, I hope to be able to record that a fair Copyright Act has been passed. Libraries have multiplied very rapidly. 50 years ago, there were few large collections of books in America, except in the universities and collegiate institutions. Of other libraries prior to 1820, only 10 are enumerated, and these were mostly of inferior grade. Since that period, libraries have sprung into being in nearly every township or village. They dot the country almost as thickly as the public schools, while state libraries have been formed in every territorial division of the Union. The spirit of local patriotism, which characterizes equally the Native American and the new settler, and which leads each to think that the particular spot of God's earth on which he lives is the best, is a spirit which prompts numerous great public works. The dwellers in the new settlement are animated by an amazing energy and spirit of self-sacrifice in matters concerning their city. Public works of all kinds are undertaken with feverish eagerness. Men subscribe money for the adornment and improvement of their town as readily as they would for their particular home. One is constantly surprised to find all the evidences of advanced civilization in cities of which the foundation was laid but as yesterday. Libraries, schools, clubhouses, churches, theaters, courthouses, bridges of the most elegant designs are found in towns which had no existence a few years ago. Take St. Paul as an example. This young and enterprising city owns no less than 3 public libraries: the State Library with 10,000 volumes, the Historical Society's Library and Museum with 22,000 volumes, and the Free Circulating Library with 12,000 volumes, to which additions are being constantly made. It is estimated that there are 23,000 school libraries in America, containing 45 million books, 12 million more than all the public libraries of Europe combined. Other educational establishments increase this number by 2.5 million volumes, and 38 state libraries contribute over 1 million more. The Congressional Library, the Astor, the Boston City, the Philadelphia, the various mercantile libraries, the Watkinson Reference at Hartford, and many others will raise the grand total to much more than 50 million volumes, a book almost for every man, woman, and child in the United States. More than 300 libraries contain 10,000 volumes each, 12 contain more than 100,000 volumes each, and 2 contain 400,000 volumes each. Even this statement but feebly shadows forth the truth as to the books and periodicals of the country as compared with those of other lands. For the American is not only a reader, but he is above all other men a buyer of books. Circulating libraries are not so generally used as in Europe. It is when you enter the home of the American farmer or artisan that you are struck with the number of books and magazines you see, the 2 or 3 shelves, and often far greater number filled with them, all of which are his own, except perhaps the few stray borrowed volumes which most collections contain, and which are conscientiously counted as belonging to another, to be returned some day, but somehow that someday never arrives. There must be a special punishment in store, surely, for such as do not return these treasures to their rightful owners. This hint is not without a purpose. The universal propensity of the American, young and old, for reading and writing has sometimes seemed to me to lend countenance to Dogberry's dictum that while a good name was the gift of God, reading and writing came by nature. These do seem to be part of the nature of the American. Triumphant democracy is triumphant in nothing more than in this, that her members are readers and buyers of books, and reading matter beyond the members of any government of a class, but in this particular each system is only seen to be true to its nature. The monarchist boasts more bayonets, the republican more books. We know which weapon is more effective in these days. The paper bullet of the brain is the moral dynamite of triumphant democracy, the only dynamite which the peaceful and law-abiding republican ever has occasion or can be induced to use. End of Chapter 15. Literature. Read for you by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
Chapter 16, Part 1 of Triumphant Democracy by Andrew Carnegie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Aaron Bennett. Triumphant Democracy by Andrew Carnegie, Chapter 16, Part 1, The Federal Constellation. As far as I can see, the American Constitution is the most wonderful work ever struck off at one time by the brain and purpose of man. Gladstone. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created free and equal, and are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, among which are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Round this doctrine of the Declaration of Independence as its central sun, the constellation of states revolves. The equality of the citizen is decreed by the fundamental law. All acts, all institutions are based upon this idea. There is not one shred of privilege, hence no classes. The American people are a unit. Difference of position in the state, resulting from birth, would be held to insult the citizen. One and all they stand Brutus-like, and would brook the eternal devil to keep his state as easily as a king. Government of the people, for the people, and by the people is their political creed. The vote of an Emerson or a Lincoln weighs no more than that of the poorest Negro. The president has not a privilege which is not the birthright of every other citizen. The people are not leveled down, but leveled up to the full dignity of equal citizenship beyond which no man can go. The first voice of the people may not be always the voice of God. Indeed, sometimes it does seem to be very far from it. But the second voice of the people, their sober second thought, comes nearest to it of any tribunal, much nearer than the voice of any class, even that of the most highly educated, has ever come in any government under the sun. Hence there is no voice in all America which has the faintest authority when the ballot speaks. It has often been objected to this Republican theory of the state that under it a dead level of uniformity must exist. The informed traveler, who knows life in America, can be relied upon to dispel this delusion and to certify that nowhere in all the world is society more exclusive or more varied than in Republican America. Certainly, it is far less so in Britain. The difference is that while in monarchical countries birth and rank tend to override personal characteristics, Republican society is necessarily founded upon real character and attainment. Natural selection has freer play. Congenial persons associate with each other, uninfluenced by birth or rank, since neither exist. Nor has wealth of itself nearly so great an influence in society in America as in Britain. It is impossible, in the nature of things, that it should have, because it is much more easily acquired and, what is much more telling, much more easily lost. The law of acquisition is indeed as free to act in the Republic as in the monarchy, but then the law of dispersion is also allowed full force in the former, where primogeniture and entail are unknown, and the transfer of land is easy. There are but 3 generations in America from shirt sleeves to shirt sleeves. Under such conditions, an aristocracy of wealth is impossible. The almighty dollar is just like the restless pig which Paddy could not count because it would not stand still long enough in one place to be counted. Wealth cannot remain permanently in any class if economic laws are allowed free play. The federal constellation is composed of 38 stars, the states, and 11 nebulae, the territories which are rapidly crystallizing into form. The galaxy upon the national flag has grown during the century from 13 to 38 stars, and the cry is still they come. Every decade, new stars are coming into view, and ere long the entire cluster of nebulae will be added to the federal constellation. They are to come forth as the new star in Andromeda came in the fullness of time. A new state sweeps into the federal constellation every now and then like a star newborn that drops into its place, and which, once circling in its placid round, not all the tumult of the earth can shake. The question arises, how is it possible to govern successfully under one head, not this nation, but this great continent of nations? The answer is, through the federal or home rule system alone is it possible. Each of these 38 states is sovereign within its own borders. Each has its own constitution, its own parliament consisting of House and Senate, its own president, courts and judges, militia, etc., etc. All the rights of a sovereign state belong to it, except such as it has expressly delegated in common with sister states to the central authority, the national government at Washington. One provision ensures solidity. Should a dispute arise between a state and the central government as to what powers are or are not delegated, the decision of the Supreme Court of the nation is final and binding upon all. The theory is that all their internal affairs are matters for the state to deal with and determine. All external affairs are for the nation. All local matters are for the states, all general matters for the nation. The division is easily made and maintained. The Constitution defines it in a few clauses by stating what the national government has charge of, as seen in Section 8. Any powers not here expressly delegated to the nation remain in the states, to be exercised in any manner they choose. The Supreme Court of the nation stands ready to inform states or nation of their respective powers. With the exception of the claim made in the interest of the slave power, that a state had the right to secede from the Union, no serious question between state and nation has ever arisen. It is difficult to see how any can arise, since that has been definitely decided in the negative. The integrity of the nation having been assured, all other questions must be of trifling import and readily adjustable by the Supreme Court, which has proclaimed the nation to be an indestructible union of indestructible states. The differentiations shown in the laws of the various states, which have resulted from the perfect freedom or home rule accorded them in their internal affairs, prove that the political institutions best suited to each community are thereby ensured, since they must necessarily be healthful growths of the body politic, genuine outbursts of the people themselves, and therefore certain to receive their cordial and unwavering support. The number and extent of these differences in laws are surprising. The customs and habits of cold, cultured, old Massachusetts find expression in laws not best adapted for tropical agricultural New Texas, just as the laws of England would be found less desirable for Scotland or Ireland than those which have been evolved by these communities, and which would be still more freely evolved by home rule under their slightly different environments. These stars, the American states, revolve each upon its own axis, within its own orbit, each according to its own laws, some faster, some slower, one at one angle and one at another, but around the central sun at Washington they tread the great national orbit under equal conditions and constitute parts of one great whole. Here, then, we have the perfection of federal or home rule in its fullest and greatest development. The success of the American Union proves that the freest self-government of the parts produces the strongest government of the whole. Let us proceed to note, in the order of their importance, the various branches of the national government. We begin, of course, with the Supreme Court of the nation. Beyond and before, and higher than House or Senate or President, stands this final arbiter, sole umpire, judge of itself. More than once, Lord Salisbury has said that he envied his transatlantic brethren their Supreme Court. Speaking at Edinburgh on November 23, 1882, he said, "I confess I do not often envy the United States, but there is one feature in their institutions which appears to be the subject of the greatest envy, their magnificent institution of a Supreme Court." In the United States, if Parliament passes any measure inconsistent with the Constitution of the country, there exists a court which will negative it at once, and that gives a stability to the institutions of the country which, under the system of vague and mysterious promises here, we look for in vain. He is right, and as he becomes more conversant with the results of political institutions founded upon the equality of the citizen, as I trust he may do, he will, in my opinion, find reason to envy many other of these more highly developed and in reality deeply conservative institutions as much as that which now excites his admiration. The powers of the Supreme Court seem at first sight almost too vast to entrust to any small body of men, but it is to be noted that these powers are limited by the fact that it can neither make nor execute laws nor originate anything. It only decides disputes as to existing laws, should such be properly brought before it, and its judgments are in all cases confined rigorously to the points submitted. It cannot interfere beforehand with any act of the government, nor with any act of the President, but can decide only whether such acts or orders are or are not constitutional, and the reasons for such decision must be publicly stated. Thus limited, its decision is final. Unless and until decided to be unconstitutional, all acts of Congress or of the President are valid. As may be inferred, the mere knowledge on the part of legislative bodies that their acts are subject to the decision of the Supreme Court keeps them strictly within constitutional bounds. There is no use, even were there the disposition, to enact any law which is not reasonably certain to be sustained. Therefore, the regulative power of the court upon great questions remains practically in abeyance. The power is there, which is all that is required. The questions bearing upon state relations, which it is called upon to decide, are few and generally of minor importance. As, however, all causes which involve considerable sums between citizens of different states can be appealed to this court, it is kept busily engaged upon matters of large pecuniary interest, but of no political consequence. The court consists of 9 judges, who hold office during life, subject, however, to impeachment by Congress for misbehavior or removal for inability to serve. Vacancies are filled by nominations made by the President to the Senate for confirmation, no appointment being complete until confirmed by the Senate. The salary of the judges is $10,000 per annum, and the Chief Justice receives $500 more. They can retire at 70 years of age upon full pay during life. What pittances, I hear my monarchical friends exclaim. Perhaps so, but does any court in the world command greater respect than this Supreme Court? Are abler, purer lawyers, men clearer in their great office, to be found elsewhere? Certainly not. Even my Lord Salisbury regrets that there is not such a tribunal in Britain. When I see the quiet dignity of the Supreme Court judges in Washington, their plain living, free from vulgar ostentation, their modest but refined homes, and think how far beyond pecuniary considerations their aspirations are, how foreign to their elevated natures are the coarser phases of position in modern society, I cannot but conclude that it would be most unfortunate if the emoluments of their positions should ever be made so great as in themselves to constitute a temptation, as they are in Britain. The American judge in the Supreme Court has no compeer. The pomp and parade which surround the entrance of a judge in Britain, the sordid pecuniary prize which he has secured by the appointment, his gilt coach, and all the tinsel of feudalistic times which is allowed still to survive under the idea that it adds to his dignity, but which borders upon the ridiculous in these days of general refinement, all this tinsel would seem most unfitting to the Republican judge, detracting, not adding to, the inherent dignity of this great position. The Supreme Court sits in Washington, but each of the 9 judges visits for a part of the year one of the 9 circuits into which the country is divided, and assists the circuit judges. The circuits are again divided into districts, each of which has its own court and judge. These are all national courts, the judges of which are approved by the Senate upon the nomination of the President and hold office during life or good behavior. The whole forms the national judiciary, to which every citizen has the right to appeal in any cause involving the citizens or corporations of another state. We come next to the legislative department. This consists of 2 houses, a House of Representatives and a Senate, which meet at Washington twice a year upon fixed dates, March and December. The House is composed of 325 representatives. Every state sends members in exact proportion to its population as shown by each decadal census. The number of members is not regularly increased. The number of population to each representative is raised. Thus, in 1870, every 138,000 inhabitants returned a member. In 1880, it required 154,000. After a census is taken, the population is divided by number of members, the quota required to return a member being thus ascertained. Each state is then informed of the number due to it, and arranges its electoral districts accordingly. Thus, every 10 years, electoral power is fairly because equally adjusted to the satisfaction of all. By so simple an automatic device, the question of representation is removed from politics and settled forever upon the rock of fair and equal representation. It never can be settled in a free state until equal electoral districts are reached. Educated man demands equality, nor can he rest until he has obtained it. This secured, he becomes quiet and contented. Representatives hold office for 2 years, their term expiring with each Congress on the 4th of March of every second year. As members are always eligible for re-election, and as the practice is to return men of ability from term to term, the new House is always under the guidance of experienced legislators. Members are paid $5,000 per year in traveling expenses. The power of the purse is as tenaciously held by the House in Washington as in London. All money bills originate in it by express provision of the Constitution. Alike in this, the 2 houses present an entirely different appearance. On entering the House at Washington, the visitor is struck by the contrast. Instead of the uncomfortable benches at Westminster and the lack of all facilities for reading or writing, the newer House represents its members all sitting in good, easy chairs at separate desks like so many good boys at school. They are busily at work with their correspondence or consulting books of reference. Pages answer their call. They attend to their legislative duties when fresh during the day. When a division is called, instead of wasting 20 minutes and requiring every member to get up and walk past tellers, the business is done in a few minutes without disturbance. The clerk calls the roll of names alphabetically, and each member nods or shakes his head, or calls out aye or no. A record is kept, and result announced, and business proceeds. How simple. Business is not often obstructed in the House. When an orator exhausts its patience, he is made to sit down by a call for the question, and unless he gets a majority in favor of hearing him further, he is ruled out. Yet neither party complains that this rule has worked serious injury. No party seeks to change it. It has not prevented full discussion, and it has enabled the House to transact business properly. Next in order follows that one American institution which has received the unqualified approval of every man who has given an opinion upon the subject. I never heard even a British Tory utter a word in its disparagement. I cannot imagine what a man could say except in praise of the United States Senate. Proud, indeed, may the man be who can style himself senator. To this august body, each of the states sends 2 members, 6 years being the term of office. These are elected by the legislatures of the states, and hence reflect the popular desire. Senators are, of course, the adherents of one or other political party as it obtains sway in the various states. As the terms of service are so arranged that only 1/3 of the senators retire, unless re-elected, every 2 years, the tendency is for the Senate to respond somewhat less promptly than the lower house to the changes of public opinion. The Senate has large powers. All laws must be passed by it as well as by the House. No treaty with a foreign power is valid without its approval by a 2/3 vote. All ambassadors and agents of foreign powers must be approved by it. Much has been said about the patronage of the President, but he cannot appoint a postmaster unless this nominee is passed upon and confirmed by this august tribunal. It has been said by more than one political writer that the American Senate is the ideal second chamber of the world. Some assert that it is the only second chamber which possesses real power and is permanently fixed in the hearts of the masses. It is certainly regarded in America as a great promotion to be elevated from the House to the Senate, and it is none the less certain that the entire nation regards the Senate with pride and affection. All officials in America being paid, the salary of a senator is the same as that of a representative, $5,000 per year, and traveling expenses. Lord Salisbury will be envying this American institution as well as the Supreme Court ere long, mark you, for his own second chamber gives unmistakable evidence of decay, and in good time he may even come to see that an elected president is preferable to the hereditary ruler. We cannot despair of his reaching finally to the full measure of the political equality of the citizen, since he begins so well with the chief American institution, the Supreme Court. Here is indeed a lucky hit. Since these words were written, a member of Parliament sends me confirmation of this prophecy. The hopeful student of Republican institutions, my Lord Salisbury, has said in a recent speech, "The Americans, as you know, have a Senate. I wish we could institute it in this country. Marvelous in efficiency and strength." So another American institution envied. Truly, this former Saturday Reviewer is a more promising pupil than Mr. Gladstone himself, and almost equal to Lord Rosebery. Nothing easier, my lord, than to get a copy of the American Senate. The secret of its marvelous strength and efficiency is an open one. You know it well. The Senate springs from and rests upon the suffrages of the people. There is not a trace of hereditary poison in its veins to steal away its power. In an elective assembly such as this, a man of real power like Lord Salisbury would be twice the man he is when leading a set of hereditary accidents. Having already obtained Lord Salisbury's endorsement of the Supreme Court and the Senate, I am encouraged to go a step further and commend for his approval the institution he should next endorse, a parliament of duly paid members elected by equal electoral districts for a fixed term of 2 years. Until this is secured, the government of Britain must remain exposed to every passing gust of popular emotion, and hence exercise no steadying effect in periods of excitement. A British ministry does not govern, but bows to the clamor it should withstand. And upon my British readers let me once more impress the truth that in all the elements of true conservatism, in all that goes to make up a strong government, a power competent to maintain justice and to defeat attacks upon the rights of property of others, and when necessary to keep the ship of state with its head against the wildest hurricane, the American system, as I must compliment Lord Salisbury upon being one of the first European statesmen to discover, is infinitely beyond the monarchical. The man who knows both well, and has property in both lands, may be trusted to tell his inquirers that his republican title gives him much the less uneasiness. This is further demonstrated by the highest place being accorded by the world to the American national debt. End of Chapter 16, Part 1, The Federal Constellation. Recording by Aaron Bennett. Chapter 16, Part 2 of Triumphant Democracy by Andrew Carnegie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Aaron Bennett. Triumphant Democracy by Andrew Carnegie. Chapter 16, The Federal Constellation. War and treaty-making power. In two vital respects, the powers of the executives of the old and new English lands differ. First, no treaty with a foreign power is binding until ratified by the Senate. Indeed, as we have seen, no minister can be appointed to a foreign power until approved by this chamber. This vote of the Senate has several times kept the administration from entering into injudicious arrangements. Even General Grant and his cabinet committed themselves to the acquisition of San Domingo. Recently, the late administration was led into a very questionable treaty with Spain. The temptation for a few men, and especially for one man, to characterize his administration by some brilliant stroke calculated to dazzle the populace at the moment or to appeal to the national vanity, is a source of real danger in all popular governments. Not what is permanently valuable, but what is presently telling, is apt to be considered. Against this danger, for which the monarchical system has no provision whatever, the Republican opposes the cool, deliberate decision of an impersonal judge, the Senate. No man's glory is brightened or dimmed by the decision. What is for the lasting good of the nation is thought of, not what will bring temporary popularity to a cabinet or save a ministry. It must surely be a prejudiced mind which does not feel that the advantage is here upon the side of the younger land. The second vital difference is even of deeper import than that just recited. In the Republic, war can be declared only by the two houses of Congress, approved by the President. Before the sword can be drawn, both branches of the legislature must be wrought up to the pitch of this extreme and momentous act. The House, the Senate, and the Executive, in the person of the President, must consider, discuss, and decide the question under surroundings of the deepest solemnity, and with the nation, the world, anxiously looking on. Every representative of the people and every senator may speak in his place and record his vote for or against. Public attention is thus fixed and concentrated upon the crisis, and the public discussion enlightens the people. Time, precious time, which ever cools the passions of men and works for peace, is thus gained, and every official, every member of the legislature, publicly assumes the fearful responsibility of engaging in the slaughter of his fellow men. If ever war be proclaimed by the Republic, which God forbid, since all her paths are peace, it will not be the act of one branch or another of the government, but the solemn public act of all, legislative and executive. Contrast this with monarchical countries, in which a few excited partisans, sometimes only one or two real actors, who sit in a closed cabinet chamber, commit the people to criminal war, sometimes to prolong their own tenure of office, or to promote some party end. My American readers may not be aware of the fact that, while in Britain an act of Parliament is necessary before works for a supply of water or a mile of railway can be constructed, 6 or 7 men can plunge the nation into war, or, what is perhaps equally disastrous, commit it to entangling alliances without consulting Parliament at all. This is the most pernicious, palpable effect flowing from the monarchical theory, for these men do this in the king's name, who is in theory still a real monarch, although in reality only a convenient puppet to be used by the cabinet at pleasure to suit their own ends. Next to the sapping of the roots of true manhood in the masses, by decreeing their inferiority to other men at birth, this is the most potent evil which exists today in the British Constitution, and it is chargeable solely to the monarchical system. It does not rank with the first evil, however, being mainly material, while the other is of the spirit, injury to which is the gravest misfortune which can befall a nation. But this vital truth not one of the so-called practical statesmen of Britain sees or will consider, or perhaps what is nearer the truth will venture to tell. Not one of them, apparently, has a soul above cheap corn, which is worshipped as the highest good. Indignities to the spirit of the masses, by which manhood is impaired, they seem to argue, may safely pass unnoted, so long as their bodies are fed. And yet better, far better, for a nation that its food for the body should be dear, and equal citizenship be the birthright of the soul. We have many evils to remedy in our political system 1,000,000 times greater than the monarchy, once said to me a prominent statesman and possible prime minister. I looked pitifully upon him, his eyes blinded with the dust of conflict, and his mind so absorbed with trifling party results that he could neither think nor see an inch before his face, much less study cause and effect. Could he do so, surely he would realize the truth that in the royal family, as in a nest, lie the origin of all the political evils which afflict his native land and which he deplores. All that this able, earnest, patriotic man is laboring to remove is only the legitimate spawn of this one royal family institution, and is never to be met with except where a royal family exists to breed them. Resolve that the head of the state shall be elected at intervals, and thus found government upon the true idea, the political equality of the citizen, and all the political wrongs of the few against the many fall as if by magic. Were I in public life in Britain, I should be ashamed to waste my energies against the House of Lords, Church and State, primogeniture and entail, and all the other branches of the monstrous system. I should strike boldly at the royal family, the root of the upas tree from which spring all these wrongs. Surely the democracies of Europe have no question to consider more vitally important than the war power. How many useless wars in the past would have been avoided had the republican method prevailed? How many in the future would be prevented by its prompt adoption? The masses are ever more pacific than their rulers, ever more kindly disposed to those of their clay in other nations than the rulers are to theirs. The people do not share the jealousies of their rulers. If the war of power lay in the hands of the representatives of the people in Europe, as it does in America, there would be fewer wars. The position of the Republic upon this question of war is still further advanced by the fact that both political parties, by special clauses in their Declaration of Principles, have pronounced in favor of peaceful arbitration of international differences. Thus, before America can have recourse to arms, no matter what party be in power, her adversary must first be offered arbitration and decline it. We envy not the nation which shocks the moral sense of mankind by refusing this olive branch of peace when presented. Of all the desirable political changes which it seems to me possible for this generation to effect, I consider it by far the most important for the welfare of the race that every civilized nation should be pledged, as the Republic is, to offer peaceful arbitration to its opponent before the senseless, inhumane work of human slaughter begins. And for all the just and good measures by which the Republic has won my love, next to that by which she has made me her own citizen, and hence the peer of any man, Kaiser, Pope, or King, thus effacing from my brow the insult inflicted upon me by my native land at birth, which deemed me unworthy the privileges accorded to others, next to that, for which I will fight for her, if need be die for her, and must adore her forever, I thank the Republic for her position in regard to international murder, which still passes by the name of war. The executive power, the President. The executive power is lodged in a president who for 4 years, the term of his office, is the most powerful ruler in the world. He is not only the first civil magistrate, but he is commander-in-chief of the army and navy, and of all the military forces of the nation, including the militia of the states whenever called upon by him. More soldiers would respond to his call than that of any other ruler in the world. The number of men who in case of war might be enrolled in the militia approaches 7 millions, almost every able man of whom would consider it his duty to shoulder his musket and march at the word of his commander-in-chief, the President. What are French or German or Russian hosts compared to this of the democracy? Even man for man, as soldiers, they would not compare with the educated Republican. But this great army costs the state but little. It is always engaged in the pursuits of peace, and only to be called upon should emergency arise. The President's control over the forces is not merely nominal, it is real. When the most popular general in the army during the Civil War made his famous march to the sea, and had the enemy at his feet, it was feared that unsatisfactory terms for his surrender might be made. The following telegram was therefore sent, which, though bearing the signature of the Secretary of the War, was written without blot or erasure by President Lincoln himself. I have seen the telegram. Washington, March 3, 1865, 12 p.m. Lieutenant General Grant, the President directs me to say to you that he wishes you to have no conference with General Lee, unless it be for the capitulation of General Lee's army, or on some other minor and purely military matter. He instructs me to say that you are not to decide, discuss, or confer upon any political question. Such questions the President holds in his own hands and will submit them to no military conferences or conventions. Meanwhile, you are to press to the utmost your military advantages. Edwin M. Stanton, Secretary of War. The generals, of course, obeyed. Only a few days later, General Sherman, just fresh from his march to the sea, entered into a convention with General Johnston which had political bearings. A telegram was promptly sent to General Grant instructing him to cancel General Sherman's agreement, and this was done. Suppose, if anyone can suppose so lamentable an abdication of duty, that in a weak moment the American government had sent a Gordon to arrange terms of peace, and that he disobeyed his instructions or had presumed to declare war upon his own account. In the President's opinion, a simple order like the foregoing would scarcely have met the case. He would have had the insubordinate arrested, court-martialed, cashiered, and probably shot. No, not shot, but consigned for life to some lunatic asylum. President Lincoln could have court-martialed General Grant, or General Grant, when president, could have court-martialed General Sherman, or either president dismissed either general when at the height of that general's power, or arrested him, as Richelieu did his conspiring general, at the head of his legions, without raising a murmur of popular dissent. The people would have reserved their judgment till the next election, and probably have enthusiastically approved, as indeed the British will approve if they ever see it, a display of masterful power over all others by their elected chief of state. No soldier has ever dreamed of questioning the supreme authority of the President, nor has the nation ever shown the slightest jealousy of its exercise. Why should it, since the President is not above its reach, but is only its own duly appointed agent for a specified term? When that expires, he transfers his powers to his successor and seeks again the ranks of private citizenship. One returns to Congress as the representative of his district, another resumes the practice of law, a third becomes a farmer. Neither sinecure, place, nor pension is bestowed upon an ex-president. He has been supremely honored by his fellow citizens. He has in turn done his duty. The obligation is upon his side, and he remains profoundly grateful for the distinction conferred upon him. The state owes officials little. They owe the state much. Such is the Republican idea. The salary of the President is now $50,000 per annum, £10,000. An official residence is provided for him at Washington, and a country house within a few miles of the city. At stated times for some hours each week, the President receives such respectably dressed and well-ordered people as choose to call upon him. Being the servant of the people in a country where all citizens are equal, the humblest has the same right to call upon him and shake his hand as the most distinguished, he being as much the servant of the one as of the other. By many such significant customs, the powerful President is reminded of what it would indeed be impossible for anyone in the land to forget, that the sovereignty of the Republic resides not in the servants of the state, but in the citizen, in every one of whom rests an equal share of it. The feelings and desires of the citizen it therefore behooves all officials to consider. The President selects of his own will and without interference the members of his cabinet, as the British Prime Minister does. They are removable at pleasure. The President being his own Prime Minister, the cabinet officers are of equal rank. One difference between the two countries in regard to the cabinet is that, while the British cabinet sit in one or the other house and communicate orally with it, in America the members of the cabinet do not appear in person before the legislature, but report to it in writing. This is, however, simply a matter of convenience. There is nothing but custom to prevent them from appearing and making their statements in person, although they could not take any part in the proceedings of the legislature. At first, the President appeared and addressed Congress at the beginning of each session, but the plan of placing before it a written message as often as deemed necessary has been preferred. The people would not favor a change to the British practice, for the separation of the executive and legislative departments is held to be of much importance. Either house can call at all times upon the President for information upon any question connected with affairs, but as the call has to meet the approval of the House, The government is freed from the petty annoyances which it is in the power of any injudicious member to inflict under the British system of nightly questioning. The President, in like manner, has free access to Congress, and, indeed, it is his duty to report to it from time to time upon all matters of which, in his opinion, Congress should be advised. He is also invited to recommend measures for its acceptance. The President represents the nation in its relations with foreign countries and receives all ambassadors. It is he alone who has the power to pardon offenses against the laws of the United States. He also has a veto power over the acts of Congress, which, however, is invalid should the measure vetoed be passed again by a two-third vote in both houses. He is eligible for re-election, and several have been elected for 2 terms, or 8 years in all, as Washington was, but he having declined re-election for a 3rd term lest the office should seem too permanent, it has become the custom not to elect beyond 2 terms. The Americans have indeed shown wonderful sagacity in the selection of their presidents. Considered as a body, it would be impossible to equal them in character, ability, education, or manners by any body of men ever born, appointed, or elected to any other station. They furnish a striking contrast to the occupants or heirs of thrones in every particular. When Britain was disgraced by its George III, the Republic had Washington, and until Queen Victoria ascended the throne, the comparison had certainly always been in favor of the Republic. It is the fashion in all things to praise the past and claim that there were giants in those days, but it is nevertheless true, in my opinion, that the presidents of the Republic in our own times have been worthy successors even to Washington, Adams, and Jefferson of the past. Grant has a firm place in history among men possessed of great ability. Garfield's career from a poor school teacher to the presidency is exceedingly difficult to parallel, while the political genius of Lincoln has never been surpassed. It is always well to remember that there are giants in our own day, too. The election of the president and vice president is not by a direct vote of the people, but by a vote of the states in an electoral assembly in which each state has as many votes as it has senators and representatives in Congress, that is in proportion to its population. It has been claimed as an advantage of the monarchy that, having a permanent head of the state, the excitement and expense of a general election every 4 years is avoided. But, it may be answered, the hereditary head of Britain is not a political head at all. An automaton would do just as well, for it could certainly be used as a model to set the fashions in clothes, and probably could be made to lay foundation stones, or open fancy bazaars with little less careful coaching and attention than it is generally necessary to bestow upon the live figurehead. Besides, it would be much less expensive. The real ruler of Britain is elected just as often as a president of the Republic is, for it is a curious fact that parliaments last an average of 4 years, which is the presidential term. Even as I now write, the appeal is being made to the British people, Gladstone or Salisbury, as clearly as in the last presidential election it was Cleveland or Blaine. It is a fiction, therefore, that the monarchy has any advantage, if it would be an advantage, which I dispute, over the Republic in this respect, for they are situated precisely alike. They each elect a ruler every 4 years. The excitement and the expense of a general election is far greater in the monarchy than in the Republic, and in both equally the head is elected. Besides this, members of Congress are elected by the states along with the presidential ticket, just as members of Parliament are elected when Gladstone or Salisbury is chosen. So that in one sense the election of the president costs nothing whatever, as state elections have to be held whether a president is to be elected or not, and voting for the electoral ticket when voting for representatives involves no additional expense. Of course, more money is spent in presidential years, but this is the personal contribution of the zealous partisans and not a charge upon the state. It will surprise Britons to know that no sums comparable to what they spend on political contests are ever spent by the Americans. The total sum expended by the national committees of all parties, even in the last exciting presidential contest, did not exceed $600,000. 120,000 pounds. The Republican election, moreover, is conducted with far less riot and disturbance than unfortunately characterizes the appeal to the electorate in older England. An American is surprised and shocked at the rowdyism often shown at public meetings in Britain. He is accustomed to have both sides granted a respectful hearing. I have never seen any public meeting in America broken up by gangs of the opposite side, nor a public man denied a hearing. In this respect, the example of the younger political community might well be followed by the elder. When the people of Britain, however, obtain their full political rights, there will be less exciting questions to discuss than those which now press for solution, and political gatherings will then be more peaceably conducted. It must not be forgotten that when a vital issue like slavery was under discussion in America, the right of free speech was often violently assailed, as it still is in Britain. When the surroundings of the president and the royal ruler are contrasted, Republican simplicity stands out in strong relief. The president walks about as an ordinary citizen, wholly unattended, and travels, as a rule, upon ordinary trains, arrives in New York, and registers at the hotel without previous announcement. Beyond a brief mention of the fact in the next morning's papers, nothing is published about him. As I write, he has gone to Buffalo, the city of his former residence, in order to cast his vote at the election for governor of the state of New York. It will weigh just as much as, and no more than that of the mechanics or laborers whom he will find surrounding the polling booth. Although, go where he may, he will be met with quiet evidences of universal and sincere deference as president. There will be no parade, no cheers. The equipages of the president in Washington have frequently been so common as not to rank with those of the wealthy residents, and never, in any instance, have they been the richest or best. All the presidents have been poor men. I have known 3 of them so well as to state, of my own knowledge, that they left office without means enough upon which to live respectably. Of every American president it may be said as it was said of Pitt, dispensing for years the favors of the state, he lived without ostentation and died poor. They have all left office poor and pure. One turns from the dignified, simple life of the Republican ruler to that of the nominal head of Britain, feeling that there he meets a coarser and less finely developed civilization. The parade and vulgar ostentation which surrounds at every turn the nominal ruler of the parent land is indeed in striking contrast. The cost to the state is as 10,000 to 600,000 pounds. The entire family, mother and his sisters and his cousins and his aunts, are supported, and bands of retainers who are supposed to dignify the throne. The state processions strike an American as grotesque masquerades, and the official coaches in which royalty moves about provoke the inquiry, what circus has come to town? One instinctively looks inside for the clown. This much for the crowned king. But the contrast is not all in favor of the Republic, for when the real ruler, the uncrowned king of Britain, is compared with his fellow ruler here, then the palm for true dignity cannot be awarded to America. Nothing can exceed the simplicity of the surroundings of the prime minister of that great empire. His salary is only 1/2 that of the president. His official residence is a shabby, dingy, old brick house instead of the noble executive mansion standing in its own park at Washington. It is simply number 10 Downing Street, and is as shabbily furnished as a New York boarding house. Mr. Gladstone lives, and Mr. Disraeli lived, as sensibly as our president, and set just as healthful an example, which, however, counts for little in Britain, since the prime minister is not, like the president, the first personage in society. Indeed, when the Liberal party is in power, the prime minister can scarcely be said, in one sense, to be in society at all. He is proscribed, and has no influence upon it. But his day approaches. The democracy will soon require that the man who has the people of England at his back shall no longer tolerate a king before his face. Wherever he appears in Britain, as in America, he will take precedence. He shall stand before kings. The children of the Prince of Wales, the prince himself, if he be unwise, and the children of all of the present dukes and lords of the empire, are no longer to follow in the train of the pretender, but in that of the only real, the elected king. It is so in the Republic, and what is here is to be yonder. What America does today, Britain reaches in the next generation. We must reverse the old proverb, as the old cock crows the young one learns. Nowadays, it is the young cock which leads the crowing. The old one does the learning. Room, then, the first place for the elected monarch of triumphant democracy in Britain. We have now passed in review the three branches of government, judicial, legislative, and executive, for which the Constitution provides. The ease with which this instrument has not only done the work over the country for which it was originally designed, but with which it has without repeated change quietly enveloped in its operation a combination of 49 different political communities, occupying an area of 3 million square miles and comprising most of the English-speaking race. This is not to be spoken of without wonder. With one exception, the dispute as to the right of state to withdraw from the Union, a serious difficulty has never arisen. It seems as if there could be no limit to its powers of absorption. The whole world could today come into the American Union as equal states and develop peacefully, each after its own fashion, no man being less a Briton, a Frenchman, a German, a Russian, or a Chinaman, but all becoming possessed of a new title, proudest of all, citizen of the world. This wonderful Constitution stipulates for a republican form of government. All the democracy has to do is to discard hereditary rulers as useless, dangerous, and therefore to be abolished. Sure is it that they have deluged the world with wars, put men against his fellow, and sought no end but their own aggrandizement. Not less sure that they must ever stand in the way of the brotherhood of the race which it is the mission of democracy to foster. How easily within our grasp, fellow citizens of the world, seems the day when the drum shall beat no longer, and the battle flags be furled, in the Parliament of Man, the Federation of the world. We may not look, however, for quite so wide and complete a union. Oceans divide the races, and this fact will keep them apart, for permanent political aggregations must ever be conterminous. But as far as the continents of the world are concerned, there is no insuperable obstacle to their union each into one nation upon the federal system. The American continent is evidently destined to be so ruled. The European continent is slowly consolidating, for there are but 5 great powers today instead of the hundreds of small ones which existed before the Napoleonic era. A league of peace to which each continent will send delegates to decide international differences is not quite so far off in the future as may at first sight appear. This would remove from the world its greatest stain, war between man and man. To all communities who are tending towards further consolidations, and to every man who can truthfully exclaim, "My benison with those who would make good of ill and friend of foes," we commend a close study of that great work of triumphant democracy, which Mr. Gladstone has pronounced the most wonderful work ever struck off at one time by the brain and purpose of man, the profoundly conservative and yet radically republican American Constitution. End of Chapter 16, The Federal Constellation. Recording by Aaron Bennett.
Chapter 17 of Triumphant Democracy by Andrew Carnegie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Triumphant Democracy by Andrew Carnegie. Chapter 17, Foreign Affairs. We begin with a quote by Thomas Jefferson. "Peace, commerce, and honest friendship with all nations, entangling alliances with none." End quote. As we have endeavored to point out, there is a great difference between the old and the new lands in the management of their domestic concerns. This difference becomes radical in the domain of foreign affairs. Indeed, it is no longer a difference, it is a complete reversal. What the old land does, the new land avoids. What the one land does not, the other does in dealing with other nations. The consequences of the two diverse policies are seen in diametrically different results. The huge debt, the constant war, or fear of war, and the international jealousies which surround the parent land contrast strangely with the freedom of the Republic from all these ills. The excuse made by British statesmen for the unfortunate contrast presented is that the Republic has no strong neighbors and no colonies or dependencies far distant from its shores which it is bound to guard. I am persuaded that the cause of difference lies deeper than this. No nation is so temptingly placed as the Republic for being engaged in aggressive warfare. The materials lie around her upon every side. Had America been cursed with monarchical institutions, which ever breed strong military classes, to whom, as to the royal family and the court, peaceful avocations are discreditable as compared with military operations, there can be little question but that the American monarchy would have involved itself in endless disputes, treaties, and entangling alliances with other powers, necessitating large standing armies and fleets, from which would have come endless wars or fear of war. The Republic began early to pursue the paths of peace. The messages of each succeeding president enforced the words of Jefferson, which we have placed at the head of this chapter, and the sayings of American statesmen abound with kindred sentiments. Washington, in his farewell address, gave the keynote upon which all subsequent changes have been rung. He says, quote, "The great rule of conduct for us in regard to foreign nations is, in extending our commercial relations, to have with them as little political connection as possible. So far as we have already formed engagements, let them be fulfilled with perfect good faith. Here let us stop." End quote. Madison's view of the Republic's mission was, quote, "to cherish peace and friendly intercourse with all nations having correspondent dispositions, to maintain sincere neutrality towards belligerent nations, to prefer in all cases amicable discussion and reasonable accommodation of differences to a decision of them by an appeal to arms, to exclude foreign intrigues and foreign partialities, so degrading to all countries and so baneful to free ones." End quote. Adams speaks of, quote, "the pestilence of foreign influence, which is the angel of destruction to elective governments." End quote. Jefferson further lays down as, quote, "our first and fundamental maxim, never to entangle ourselves in the broils of Europe. Our second, never to suffer Europe to intermeddle with cis-Atlantic affairs." End quote. And so was reached the great doctrine, bearing the name of Monroe, declaring to the powers of Europe that, quote, "we should consider any attempt on their part to extend their system to any portion of this hemisphere as dangerous to our peace and safety." "Our policy in regard to Europe," the Monroe message continued, "is not to interfere in the internal concerns of any of its powers, to consider the government de facto as the legitimate government for us, to cultivate friendly relations with it, and to preserve these relations by a frank, firm, and manly policy, meeting in all instances the just claims of every power, submitting to injuries from none." End quote. This chapter could be filled with extracts from the President's messages and from other sources, all preaching the same important lesson, that the Republic must be at peace with its neighbors and with the world. I need not, however, dwell upon the past. It is with the present we have to deal. Let me give, then, a short statement of the course recently pursued by the monarchy and by the Republic in the management of similar emergencies in their relations to other states. The one has a canal through Egypt to guard, and the other a railway across the Isthmus of Panama, that the traffic of the world may be unimpeded. A few months ago, word was received in Washington that a disturbance had broken out at one end of the railway in the Republic of Colombia, and that there was grave danger that railway communication across the isthmus would be interfered with. A force was at once dispatched to the scene, and the admiral sailed under the following instructions, which were published in the newspapers that the nation and the world might see and understand all. Telegram. Navy Department, Washington, April 3, 1885. Rear Admiral James E. Jewett, USS Tennessee, Pensacola, Florida. Quote, "In addition to the force under your command in the steamships Tennessee, Swatara, Alliance, and Galena, all of which should be at Aspinwall upon your arrival, you will be reinforced by about 200 Marines dispatched today from New York by the steamship City of Para with tents and camp equipage. To provide for contingencies, further supplies will be sent at once. The duty you are called upon to perform calls for the exercise of great discretion. The object of the expedition is the performance by the United States of their engagements to preserve the neutrality of and keep open the transit from Colon to Panama, and further to protect the lives and property of American citizens. The circumstances as understood from which the necessity of the expedition has arisen are, in general, that a steamship belonging to Americans has been seized at Colon by an armed force, and goods in transit taken from her, her officers and the American consul imprisoned, and the transit across the isthmus interrupted. With the consequences involved in these past acts, you are not concerned. Your sole duty is confined to seeing that a free and uninterrupted transit across the isthmus is restored and maintained, and that the lives and property of American citizens are protected. If, on your arrival at the isthmus, order shall have been restored and the Colombian authorities are adequate to the protection of life and property and the maintenance of the free transit, you will interfere in no respect with the constituted authorities, but report and await orders. You have no part to perform in the political or social disorders of Colombia, and it will be your duty to see that no irritation or unfriendliness shall arise from your presence at the isthmus. The exercise of humanity towards American citizens in exigent distress must be left to your sound discretion. W.C. Whitney, Secretary of the Navy. End quote. Note how careful that promising young statesman, Mr. Whitney, is to limit the operations of his admiral to the maintenance of the free and uninterrupted communication which his government had guaranteed. How solicitous that the authorities and people of Colombia should be so treated that no unfriendliness or irritation could possibly arise. The admiral found upon arrival that the disturbance was over, and soon returned. Not a shot was fired. Now the great point here is that not a voice was raised in all America suggesting that any part of Colombia should be held or annexed, or that the people of that state should be in any way interfered with. Consequently, no suspicions were aroused, no enemies created. American interests were not pleaded as a warrant for continued occupation. The great and powerful republic was at Colon as a friend of its small and weak sister, but upon no account to interfere with her, even for Colombia's own seeming good. Colombia might manage, or seemingly to America, mismanage her own affairs, as to her seemed possible or best. The admiral would no more have thought of interfering than he would had he been on the shores of Ireland and doomed to stand and see a poor tenant farmer evicted, or upon the shores of Scotland and had seen a poor crofter abused. If the quarrelers in Colombia had attempted to interrupt railway communications across the isthmus, he would have protected that, and in so doing would have received the thanks of all the good people of Colombia. President Cleveland refers to this episode in his recent message to Congress. For the benefit of the unfortunate people of the monarchy, and more especially for that of its statesmen, I quote the passage in full. Quote, "Emergencies growing out of civil war in the United States of Colombia demanded of the government at the beginning of this administration the employment of armed force to fulfill its guarantees under the 35th Article of the Treaty of 1816 in order to keep the transit open across the Isthmus of Panama. Desirous of exercising only the powers expressly reserved to us by the treaty, and mindful of the rights of Colombia, the forces sent to the Isthmus were instructed to confine their actions to positively and efficaciously preventing the transit and its accessories from being interrupted or embarrassed. The execution of this delicate and responsible task necessarily involved police control where the local authority was temporarily powerless, but always in aid of the sovereignty of Colombia. The prompt and successful fulfillment of its duty by this government was highly appreciated by the government of Colombia and has been followed by expressions of its satisfaction. High praise is due to the officers and men engaged in this service. The restoration of peace on the Isthmus by the reestablishment of the constituted government there being thus accomplished, the forces of the United States were withdrawn. Leaving for the present the Colombian difficulty as peacefully settled, without one trace of dissatisfaction upon the part of the weaker power to plague the Republic hereafter, let us see how the monarchy managed a similar task imposed upon her. England was surprised that a rebellion against the infamous ruler of Egypt had broken out, and being bound with France to exercise dual control, she besought that country to interfere jointly with her in suppressing this righteous uprising of an oppressed people. The government of France was anxious to do so, but the people of France unmistakably pronounced against this, a proof that democracy is beginning at last to show its legitimate fruit there. Instead of sending an expedition to guard the canal, which, by the way, was never endangered, the government sent a large force to Egypt and began an aggressive campaign to prevent the people of Egypt from having such rulers as they desired. From that unfortunate day to this, Britain has gone deeper and deeper into trouble. Already $100 million, £20 million, and thousands of lives have been sacrificed. And for what? Absolutely nothing. The criminal side of the question has so shocked the moral sense of the best portion of the Liberal Party that Mr. Gladstone has deemed it necessary, upon the eve of an appeal to the nation, to confess that the Sudan campaign was a mistake. It was worse than that, Mr. Gladstone. It was a crime which would sully your fame forever were it not known that you had no part in it, but were overruled by the aristocratic element which you thought essential to keep in your cabinet. It may be argued that Britain was bound to interfere and support upon the throne a sovereign against the wishes of the Egyptian people, though this seems a strange position for so advanced a nation to occupy. Or it may be said that Britain had neither right nor wish to interfere with the internal affairs of Egypt, but only wished to guard the canal. It matters not which position is assumed. The fact remains that the policy pursued has not produced the desired result upon either hypothesis, and the end arrived at is in lamentable contrast with the different policy pursued by the Republic. The strong Republic sees clearly from the start what end it has in view, and aims solely for that end. The weak monarchy, ever subject to the popular breeze, the creature of circumstance, can have no decided policy. The British Constitution makes Britain the Macabre of nations, always looking for something to turn up. The Republic has complied with its treaty obligations and retired from the scene, with the thanks of its weak neighbor. We are yet to learn what is to be the end of the management of the monarchy. So far, no contrast could be more striking than that between it and that of the Republic. Let us pause here a moment to contrast the positions of the two admirals upon their respective stations at Cologne and Alexandria. The Republican official had every interest in maintaining peace. The responsibility of firing a shot was appalling. Behind him stood his superior, the Secretary of the Navy, every line of whose cautious but explicit instructions seems to regard hostilities with aversion. Behind the government, the admiral knew, stood the American people, loath to hurt the feelings of a weak neighbor, and determined never to interfere with its internal affairs. No possible reward, no glory would fall to this admiral from entangling his country in war. He would have been held to the strictest accountability for every drop of blood shed, and the verdict of public opinion at first would have been disposed to go decidedly against him. On the other hand, the surest mode of earning the thanks of Congress and of his country was so to conduct himself so as to secure peace without firing a shot. So stood Admiral Jewett, a man of war converted into a messenger of peace. This is the attitude of the democracy. How was it with Admiral Seymour, the servant of a monarch? Let him refrain from bombarding from behind his iron walls the few miserable defenses in Alexandria Bay, and never in his history perhaps would such an opportunity occur again to rescue his name from obscurity. If he decided to be patient and remain at peace, half pay and oblivion would be his reward. He knew that if he began to bombard the Egyptian defenses, the ruling class, which alone could reward him, would applaud. Even the queen, a woman who should shudder at war and not publicly parade her interest in slaughter, would publicly congratulate him, and the Prince of Wales and all the aristocracy which move round the court, together with the military and naval classes who flourish only through war, would extol him to the skies. The government tempted the man to fire. All the forces behind him urged him on, while, as we have seen, all the forces behind the Republican admiral held him to peace. Admiral Seymour might have thus reasoned, "Negotiate this trouble peacefully. I remain poor and obscure. There is no danger. I am perfectly safe behind these iron walls. Just open my guns, and fame and honor and rank and wealth are mine." He yielded. Mr. Gladstone himself stood up in Parliament and advocated a peerage and a pension to the admiral who was bribed to begin the bombardment of Alexandria. Fortunately, not even Mr. Gladstone could force the Liberal party to grant the pension. Admiral Seymour received in cash his 30 pieces of silver. Fellow countrymen, what would you think of a judge upon the bench deciding his own cause, where a verdict for the defendant meant to the judge obscurity and half pay, and the verdict for the plaintiff meant a peerage and £25,000? Yet this was precisely the position of Admiral Seymour at Alexandria, and it is practically the position occupied by every British commander to whom is committed the issue of peace or war in the exercise of his discretion. Need we marvel that while the monarchy becomes involved in war after war, the republic settles similar problems in peace and with the goodwill and cordial friendship of the power with which she has to deal? Let us proceed just a step further and show the policy of the democracy upon this subject of intervention or complications in the affairs of other states. The President's message from which I have just quoted refers to a treaty offered by Nicaragua, which proposed to give America the necessary land upon which to construct a canal of its own across the isthmus, a tempting bait, this, to a monarchy with imperial ambitions. But listen to the response of the Republican president. Quote, "Maintaining as I do the tenets of a line of precedents from Washington's day, which proscribe entangling alliances with foreign states, I do not favor a policy of acquisition of new and distant territory or the incorporation of remote interests with our own. The laws of progress are vital and organic, and we must be conscious of that irresistible tide of commercial expansion which, as the concomitant of our active civilization, day by day is being urged onward by those increasing facilities of production, transportation, and communication to which steam and electricity have given birth. But our duty in the present instructs us to address ourselves mainly to the development of the vast resources of the great area committed to our charge, and to the cultivation of the arts of peace within our own borders, though jealously alert in preventing the American hemisphere from being involved in the political problems and the complications of distant governments. Therefore, I am unable to recommend propositions involving paramount privileges of ownership or right outside of our own territory, when coupled with absolute and unlimited engagements to defend the territorial integrity of the state where such interests lie. While the general project of connecting the two oceans by means of a canal is to be encouraged, I am of opinion that any scheme to that end, to be considered with favor, should be free from the features alluded to." End quote. Statesmanship in Britain would have required some lifelong diplomat to negotiate for the privileges offered, and the seed of many serious questions of the future would have been laid, the abused people of Britain being led to applaud the strong statesman who had promoted British interests and enlarged the bounds of the empire. A little common sense in the democracy ensures the republic a continuance of peace. But now and then the seeds of future trouble present themselves in more specious garbs. The Congo Basin attracts attention at present, and here is a paragraph bearing upon that subject, also in the same president's message which I have quoted. Quote, "A conference of delegates of the principal commercial nations was held at Berlin last winter to discuss methods whereby the Congo Basin might be kept open to the world's trade. Delegates attended on behalf of the United States on the understanding that their part should be merely deliberative, without imparting to the results any binding character, so far as the United States were concerned. This reserve was due to the indisposition of this government to share in any disposal by an international congress of jurisdictional questions in remote foreign territories. The results of the conference were embodied in a formal act of the nature of an international convention, which laid down certain obligations purporting to be binding on the signatories, subject to ratification within 1 year. Notwithstanding the reservation under which the delegates of the United States attended, their signatures were attached to the general act in the same manner as those of the plenipotentiaries of other governments, thus making the United States appear without reserve or qualification as signatories to a joint international engagement imposing on the signers the conservation of the territorial integrity of distant regions where we have no established interests or control. This government does not, however, regard its reservation of liberty of action in the premises as at all impaired, and holding that an engagement to share in the obligation of enforcing neutrality in the remote valley of the Congo would be an alliance whose responsibilities we are not in a position to assume, I abstain from asking the sanction of the Senate to that general act." End quote. The President does not even consider it worthwhile to submit the question to the Senate. It is so manifestly opposed to the traditions of the democracy, whose business is to mind its own business and teach by example, not by interference. The sanction of the Senate not having been obtained, of course the action of the mistaken delegates is of no effect, and the Republic lets the imperial nations involve themselves in dangerous alliances upon the Congo. We are soon to hear, no doubt, of disputes between these nations upon this very subject. When these arise, the Republican method can be once more referred to with satisfaction. I have mentioned 3 questions, all occurring in 1 year, through any one of which future wars might have arisen, had the Republic not known better than the monarchy how to manage its foreign affairs. No, my readers, it is not because America is so happily placed as to be excluded from the necessity of interference, or that she is not bound by guarantees and alliances with other powers, or freed from the necessity to engage in wars as other nations do, but as the instances just cited abundantly show, her envied position is the natural result of a resolute refusal to adopt the measures which must and always do lead inevitably to wars. The democracy does not escape these terrible catastrophes by luck, but by careful adherence from year to year, and in every emergency to a sound policy. The American people are satisfied that the worst native government in the world is better for its people than the best government which any foreign power can supply. That governmental interference upon the part of a so-called civilized power in the affairs of the most barbarous tribe on earth is injurious to that tribe, and never under any circumstances whatever can it prove beneficial either for the undeveloped race or for the intruder. They are further satisfied that in the end, more speed is made in developing and improving backward races by proving to them through example the advantages of democratic institutions than is possible through violent interference. The man in America who should preach that the nation should interfere with distant races for their civilization and for their good would be voted either a fool or a hypocrite. Such a classification need not be confined to this side of the Atlantic. There was nothing unkind in Mr. Leonard Courtney's policy of allowing the Egyptians to stew in their own juice. This policy would have been permanently best for them. Mr. Courtney was the true statesman. We ask careful readers to reflect upon what has been here shown, and consider whether the success achieved in the management of domestic questions is not admirably supplemented by the wonderful results attending the foreign relations of the democracy. To the people of my native land, I say, do not believe your statesmen when they attempt to excuse their failures and their follies by stating that the Republic escapes similar results because isolated from other nations, while Britain is not. This is not true. The Silver Streak should act as an isolator more complete than any republic has, for the Republic has no such barrier either north or south. It is not further isolation which is required, but a government isolated from monarchical and aristocratical influences. When this is obtained, there no difficulty will be found in the way of adopting the policy of the triumphant democracy, which avoids all entangling alliances, since the ally of one nation necessarily proclaims himself the enemy of others. Britain will then stand as the Republic stands, the friend of all nations, the ally of none. The lesson which the democracy teaches the monarchy is that proper attention to its own affairs, and freedom allowed to other nations to manage theirs in their own way, is the best and surest means to secure progress in political development throughout the world. Thus saith the democracy: no nation can give to another any good which will compensate for the injury caused by interference with the sacred germ of self-government. End of Chapter 17, Foreign Affairs.
Chapter 18, Part 1 of Triumphant Democracy by Andrew Carnegie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joanne Turner. Triumphant Democracy by Andrew Carnegie. Chapter 18, Part 1, The Government's Non-Political Work. Quote, politically and socially, the United States are a community living in a natural condition and conscious of doing so. And being in this healthy case and having this healthy consciousness, the community there uses its understanding with the soundness of health. It, in general, sees its political and social concerns straight, and sees them clear, unquote. Matthew Arnold. The man of ability in Britain is too often tempted into the political field. The rare talent for organization and administration of the American, on the other hand, usually finds a far more useful field in the management of affairs, much more important than politics, in a land which has finally settled all fundamental political problems, and now rests at peace upon the rock of the political equality of the citizen, while the parent land is tossing about upon unruly seas, knowing no rest. I have often admired the various non-political bureaus at Washington as being strictly American, something which the democracy has evolved far superior to any similar bureaus ever produced by monarchical forms of government. This is probably the ablest and purest service in the world. I had intended to visit Washington to examine the various branches of this work and write an account of them, but the time could never be spared. The happy idea occurred to me to send my secretary, Mr. Bridge, to perform the task, with a request to write up the subject and see what he could make of it. He has done so well that I cannot do better than incorporate his account, which is as follows. One of Matthew Arnold's clear-thinking Yankees has said with epigrammatic brevity that whenever three Americans get together, they organize. One becomes secretary, a second treasurer, and the other a standing committee of one to watch the executive. And surely this is more than a saying. A people trained to govern itself, even in the most minute affairs of local life, must, of necessity, develop a great capacity for organization and administration. Thus we find in America that groups of men with allied interests invariably have an organization to watch over the common weal. But for organization of the completest and most comprehensive character, it is needful to see what the federal government is doing at Washington. A visit to the numerous departments and bureaus there is like a journey with Alice in Wonderland. There in offices, some dingy, some magnificent, one may see, lying on tables or on shelves, the charts which indicate in every particular the nation's life and health, its pulse beats and respiration, its changing appetite and desires. Nay, the whole world, the universe itself, is told to put out its wrist that the experts may know how it is doing. The present condition of crops in California or in Egypt, the degree of cloudiness in Dakota or Maine, the number and condition of hogs in market at Kansas City or in transport to Chicago, the appearance of grasshoppers in Georgia, the wheat in store at Duluth or New York, the number of bales of cotton at Bombay or Mobile, the present position in mid-Atlantic of a waterlogged wreck or a buoy adrift, a drought in Arkansas, the southward flight of cranes in Dakota, the change made yesterday in the revolving light in the Bay of Nagasaki, Japan, the coal at present available for ships at St. Helena, the relative cloudiness of the planet Mars, these and 1,001 other matters, as diverse as can be imagined, are noted, docketed, and labeled, every change being recorded almost as soon as it takes place. Let me give an example. The Agricultural Department has in its service about 10,000 persons, dispersed all over the continent and a few throughout the world. Their service is mainly voluntary. From their reports is compiled a monthly record, which is exhibited in chambers of commerce and published in newspapers, giving the area and condition of crops throughout the world, cost of transportation to home and foreign markets, prices prevailing on farms and in principal cities, stocks on hand, requirements of consumption, sources of supply, etc. Thus, the American farmer or merchant can always ascertain the amount of acreage in particular crops, the condition of the crops as regards growth, maturity, and probable yield, the number and local value of horses, cows, sheep, oxen, or other cattle, the prices of labor in different localities, or any other data bearing on his work. Further, seeds are distributed and planted all over the vast continent, and the results of differing soils and conditions carefully noted, and deductions drawn as to the appropriate environment. Then, the habits and life history of insects and birds injurious to vegetation, and the best means of destroying them, are subjects occupying the attention of a separate division of the department. In this work, specialists are at work in the field and laboratory, and the results of their labors, printed in special reports, are dispersed by the numerous local agricultural societies and institutions with which the department is in intimate communion. In its own garden, the department cultivates new varieties of fruits and plants for dissemination throughout the country. In this garden, Chinese sorghum or sugar cane was first grown in America, and the Chinese yam was introduced by the same means. The tea plant is another example, and the domestic product is largely consumed by the families who raise it. A Western orange planter writes to the department, "The Bahia orange sent to California 10 years ago is conceded to be the best variety produced in this state. It is the largest size and finest flavor, and sells higher than any other kind. It is worth to California all that the Department of Agriculture has ever cost the country." Amongst other work of the department may be named the analyses of grains and fruits to determine their nutritive value, and analyses of soils and fertilizers, the microscopical study of plant diseases, especially fungi, the diffusion of knowledge concerning the uses of forest trees in relation to agriculture, the investigation of specific diseases amongst cattle, and efforts to prevent or cure. In brief, everything that relates directly or even remotely to farming comes within the scope of the agricultural department. So complete is its supervision that one examining its work is impelled to the belief that the American farmer has only to follow his instructions, and the government department will run his farm and see that it pays. The United States Signal Service is another great organization which, by its electric veins spread over a continent, receives crude material, assimilates it, and sends it back pulsating in a rich, life-giving stream. From Cape Breton Island to southern Oregon, and from San Diego, California to Havana, an area 3,000 miles long by 2,000 miles wide, embracing 150 intermediate stations, messages are simultaneously flashed over the wires to Washington twice a day, reporting all atmospheric phenomena. An hour afterward, the little room of the assistant signal officer in G Street, Washington, holds in its dingy precincts a chart which indicates barometric pressure, direction and velocity of wind, temperature, dew point, rainfall, and cloud areas of every part of the 6 million square miles covered by its network of telegraphs. A stranger dropping in at midnight of January 9, 1886, would have been told that local snows were falling in the lake regions, that the temperature had risen in the Gulf states, and that the rivers had risen a foot at Cincinnati, Cairo, and Memphis, and fallen 5 feet at Chattanooga, that cautionary offshore signals were exhibited from Wilmington to New York, and cautionary signals from New Haven to Eastport. He would probably have been shown the track of the storm which brought to Washington the lowest barometric reading ever seen there, and the chart, being prepared under his eyes, would show him the same storm disappearing into Labrador. A few hours later, the finished chart, reproduced by telegraph, would be in the office of every important newspaper, every post office, thousands of railway stations and chambers of commerce throughout the land, from San Francisco to Boston, and from Minneapolis to Key West in the Gulf Stream. The people of New England would know on receiving the morning paper that for the next 32 hours they were to have cold, fair weather with a rising barometer, while those of Los Angeles in Lower California and Jacksonville, Florida, would be gladdened to know that the cold wave was passing away. In Minnesota, railway officials would learn by the same report published in their newspapers or hanging in the ticket office that there would be no immediate need of snowplows, although traffic would be slightly impeded by local snows. The skipper who contemplated leaving New York and sailing coastwise would hesitate on reading at the breakfast table that cautionary signals were displayed, and, influenced by the report of some army surgeon or amateur meteorologist away in Dakota, he might possibly decide to spend another day at home. All sorts and conditions of men are affected by this chart. One postpones a journey. Another, calculating on the arrival of grain in eastern cities, sells before the market falls. Emigrants decide to go west by the Southern Pacific route. Physicians relax their restraints as the improving weather admits the invalid to the fresh air. An amusing illustration of the extent to which the warnings of the Weather Bureau are read and heeded was lately afforded by a mistake made by a Western observer in his report of local temperature. He reported about 40 degrees instead of 4. The result was that the officer who makes the predictions concluded from his data that a warm wave was on its way east. 30 million of people living east of the Mississippi forthwith left overcoats at home and put on galoshes in preparation for a thaw which never came. The unlucky weather prophet at first excused the tardy arrival of the warm wave by saying that Western railways were blocked with snow and arrivals of all kinds were delayed. But as the days passed and no warm wave appeared, the newspapers launched forth an avalanche of ridicule, the American's mode of complaint, at the untruthful prophet, and presently everybody in America was talking about the young lieutenant in Washington, who, oblivious to complainings and ridicule, went on drawing his isobars and isotherms and making his calculations and predictions. It implies great faith in this weather prophet when people complain that he ought to have corrected the error made by the local observer in Colorado or Nevada. It has come to this, that the weather prophet must not only predict correctly from his data, but even correct the data if these are wrong. Considering the haste with which the weather charts and predictions are prepared, it is surprising how few errors are made. 83% of all the indications made last year for the Atlantic coast were justified, while on the Pacific, the verifications averaged 87%. Of 2,864 cautionary signals displayed at ports, 2,301, or 80%, were justified. Cold wave signals were justified in about the same proportion, 815 out of 946 having been verified. The Signal Service engages in much special work. It furnishes the Farmer's Bulletin with meteorological information that is of special interest to the agriculturist. This is an official publication, and the government has taken every available means to put it into the hands of the class for which it is intended. The rise and fall of rivers are watched, and timely warning given by telegraph of coming floods. The people of the Western Plains receive similar warning of the approach of local storms, and the agriculturalists, ranchmen, and others generally have 12 hours to prepare for the coming norther. The Bureau has also undertaken the task of announcing the coming of locusts, grasshoppers, and other insect scourges. Frost warnings for the benefit of the sugar industries of Louisiana and the orange growers of Florida have, of late years, made the service popular in the South. The Bureau has a very complete local service in the Cotton Belt, which supplies information daily as to temperature and rainfall in every part of the district. Then, once a month, the service publishes a review of meteorological observations made in every part of the world, including Siberia, Greenland, Iceland, Borneo, Turkestan, Japan, China, and some places whose names are suggestive only of desolation and savagery. An important extension of the signal service has been made to the seacoast. Stations are placed at intervals along the coast and connected by wire with each other and with Washington. Here, storm flags and danger warnings are made visible to vessels moving off the coast. A ship sailing from the equator to New York, as she passes Cape Henlopen, may inquire by signals whether any hurricane is impending, and if so, whether she has time to reach Sandy Hook or must take shelter behind the Delaware breakwater. Or a vessel bound south from New York may inquire at the capes of the Delaware whether any storm is likely to strike her before she can make Cape Hatteras, and receive full answer by telegraph from the chief signal officer at Washington without interrupting his voyage. General Hazen, the chief signal officer, very properly thinks this division of his work of superlative importance. He says, "The time is not far distant when the possession of a coast not covered by seacoast storm signal and signal service stations, watching as sentinels each its own beat of sea and shore, and ready to summon aid by electric wires, will be held as much an evidence of semi-barbarism as is now, among civilized nations, the holding of any national coast without a system of lighthouse lights." The achievements of the Signal Service are surprising even to those who know of its numerous observing stations spread over a land area nearly twice as great as that of Europe. But what shall we think of similar achievements on the ocean? If we are amazed at the extent of meteorological observations conducted on land, what will be our feelings on learning that similar work is being done on the sea, and predictions given for use of mariners? I have before me a remarkable chart prepared by Commander Bartlett of the Navy. And here mark the difference between a government by the people and a government by a class. Naval officers in America do not receive their highest rewards for bombarding a defenseless Alexandria or sacking a Tamatave. Their honors flow from life-saving services. And shall it not be said that the Schleys and Bartletts of America are greater than the Seymours and de Courcys of semi-civilized Europe, whose glory is to slay? The European method is to make a solitude and call it peace. The American reverses the process, and by the gentle arts of peace makes a teeming city of the solitude and a garden of the wilderness. To return to the chart, however, here at a glance we have the safe transatlantic route, carefully drawn to avoid the ice, which in January hardly came further south than latitude 53 degrees. The sailing route to the equator, calculated to give ships the benefit of the trade winds, is also as clear as careful drawing and good printing can make it. The prevailing winds for the month are indicated, as well as the direction of ocean currents, while special symbols mark the position of wrecks, buoys adrift, waterspouts, and localities haunted by whales. Directions for the use of oil in heavy seas are printed in the corner of the chart. Derelicts drifting about in the tracks of vessels are observed, and their changing position marked from month to month. Here, for example, is a waterlogged schooner, the 21 Friends, which, despite its name, has been more threatening than 21 enemies. The vessel was abandoned off the coast of Virginia on March 24th. Being lumber-laden, she continued to float, and by April 28th had drifted 1,200 miles. During the summer months, she pursued her solitary course across the Atlantic, ever followed by watchful eyes in Washington. On September 20th, she was apparently making for Queenstown, but suddenly headed off for Cape Finisterre, where she was seen early in December. She has probably ere this been towed into a Spanish port. Several other floating wrecks have been watched by anxious eyes in the hydrographic office, which, unable to send out and destroy such dangers in the track of commerce, could only give warning by indicating as nearly as possible their position. This wonderful chart is soon to give the position of fogs in the North Atlantic. Thus, the ferry between the old and new lands is ever being made safer. The weather predictions are, of course, only proximate, being largely based on the periodicity of meteorological changes in the North Atlantic. Here are examples of the weather indications given, copied from the chart for January 1886. The storm area on the North Atlantic is at its maximum. Between the coast of the United States north of Cape Hatteras and that of Europe north of 47 degrees, a gale of wind may be expected once in 6 days. These gales are most violent when the wind is between southwest and northwest, but a large percentage do not develop a force of more than 10. Heavy northers may be expected along the Gulf Coast of Mexico and Texas as often as once in 10 days. Some may extend as far east as Key West and south over the Caribbean Sea to Aspinwall. There is little danger of ice in the routes of transatlantic steamers. And then come recommendations in regard to passage off Cape Horn, which admirably show the deductive methods of modern weather prophets. In the summer season, that is, during the long days, there exists a barometric minimum over the vast plains of Patagonia. In consequence of the constant in-drift due to this atmospheric condition, the centers of depressions which travel from the Pacific to the Atlantic are deflected toward the north, causing violent storms in the region of Cape Horn and Tierra del Fuego. It is therefore desirable, after passing Staten Land, to stand to the southward as rapidly as possible to the 59th or 60th parallel, if the ice permits, where the influence of the navigable semicircle of the atmospheric whirl will be felt, in which relatively light northeast and southeast winds prevail and are favorable for making the passage into the Pacific. Here's fine revolution, and we had the trick to see it. The Fuegians, who live in this inhospitable region, believe, as Fitzroy tells us, that storms are sent by evil spirits to punish the wicked. And here, Captain Bartlett, with unconscious iconoclasm, says their cause is only a barometric minimum in Patagonia. These scientific experts are rapidly taking all romance out of life with their classifications and technical phraseology. If the Fuegians get a sight of Captain Bartlett's chart, they will at once become a religionless race, for it is obviously vain to attempt to propitiate a barometric minimum. The monthly publication of this encyclopedic chart is but a small part of the work of the Hydrographic Office. Branch offices are maintained at the principal ports to give information to mariners concerning routes, to adjust barometers and chronometers, to examine old charts and point out their errors. Nearly 11,000 persons received nautical information last year from the officers under the hydrographer, and nearly 12,000 vessels were boarded and information collected from their logbooks. Then, every week, notices to mariners are published and circulated all over the world, announcing changes in lights, buoys, and everything affecting navigation, whether at Kodono-Saima, in the Japanese Inland Sea, or in the Swash Channel at New York. The enormous work entailed by this may be gauged from the fact that there are about 20,000 buoys in the world, and every change in color or position is immediately reported to the hydrographer, who at once announces the change to every American consul and to hundreds of mariners throughout the world. So too with the lighthouses of the world, which are so numerous that a list of them fills 6 volumes of nearly 300 pages each. This list, by the way, was compiled in the Hydrographic Office, and 20 days after receipt of the copy, a 300 edition of this 6-volume work returned from the government printers, ready for distribution in the Navy. In this office, the Navy's store of charts is kept, and every change referred to above is made on these charts by hand. The office likewise prints a great many charts itself, and of these, the plates are regularly corrected to date. Altogether, this hydrographic office is one of the wonders of Washington. If it were better known, it would probably be more subject to the invasion of sightseers at the Capitol than the Washington Monument. But it goes quietly along, working out its own salvation and that of thousands of poor sailors who never heard of Captain Bartlett, the cherub that sits up aloft to take care of the life of poor Jack. In the same building is the Office of Naval Intelligence, where a chart is published indicating from month to month the supply of coal at all the coaling stations of the world, and also the means of telegraphic communication accessible to mariners wherever they may find themselves. In natural sequence should here come an account of the life-saving service, which in America is not an institution supported by voluntary contributions, as in England, but is a department under the government. As a result of this difference, it is claimed that the American service is more efficient than that of Britain, that a discipline almost military in its severity is necessary to obtain the best results where groups of men are working under the conditions usual at wrecks. This is a healthful and worthy rivalry. Let this be the only form of contention between the mother and her child land. Details of this excellent organization are not called for here. Lord Salisbury's encomium is as applicable to the life-saving service as to the Senate, marvelous in its efficiency and strength. End of Chapter 18, Part 1. Chapter 18, Part 2 of Triumphant Democracy by Andrew Carnegie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Triumphant Democracy by Andrew Carnegie, Chapter 18, Part 2. The Government's Non-Political Work. An important work done by the United States Army is the improvement of rivers and harbors. Here again, under Republican institutions, the profession of arms has been turned to noble account. To do battle with shoals and snags would be considered poor work for the Burnabys and Hobarts of Britain. But in the Republic, it has ever been held that to save life is a higher function than to destroy it. Great America's army, no larger than that of insignificant Romania, is set to battle with nature, not with patriotic barbarians defending their own land. In the signal service, in the improvement of rivers and harbors, in the surveys of Western territories, the Republic finds for her soldiers work which, while injuring no nation, brings them honor and the country security and comfort. So extensive is the work done by the little army of the Republic that in this division of rivers and harbors improvements alone, the year's report covers over 300 pages. Upward of $100 million have been spent by the Engineer Corps on rivers and harbors since the beginning of the government, and the present annual appropriation for this purpose is still very large. The Lighthouse Board, a division of the Treasury Department, has also done much important work in a like direction. It has control of 900 lighthouses and lightships, 1,000 beacon lights on western rivers, and more than 4,000 buoys, fog signals, and other minor aids to navigation. It employs 2,500 lightkeepers, crews of lightships, etc. Here again, American ingenuity is conspicuous. Many dangerous reefs are marked by a whistling buoy which can be heard more than 15 miles. The rougher the sea, the louder this automatic siren sends out its warning voice. This Yankee notion has been adopted by Europe. Still tending to the facilitation of commerce is the Coast Survey, a division which has supplemented its regular function by much special scientific work. It has originated methods of determining longitude, explored the Gulf Stream, solved the problem of tides in the Gulf of Mexico, where only one tide occurs in 24 hours, studied the laws governing tidal currents and the best methods of controlling them so as to aid navigation by deepening channels, and achieved many other valuable results. The international fisheries exhibitions in London and Berlin have given a European renown to the work of the United States Fish Commission. At the closing of the London exhibition, the Prince of Wales stated that, in many things pertaining to the fisheries, England is far behind the United States. And Professor Huxley has expressed his belief that no nation has comprehended the question of dealing with fish in so thorough, excellent, and scientific a spirit as that of the United States. The Reverend W. S. Locke Sherma of Newlyn, England, has made a trite comparison. At the Paris exhibition, he considered Europe as a man in full vigor, Asia as a decrepit old man, America as a boy, Australia as a baby. In the present fishery exhibition, the case was different. America was the gem of the exhibition. That these encomiums were justified is proved by the fact that at London, the United States exhibit secured 50 gold medals, 47 of silver, 30 of bronze, and 24 diplomas. At the Berlin exhibition, America again headed the list, securing 6 gold medals out of 10. No wonder Europeans are astonished. If there be, wrote in 1879 Sir Rose Price, author of The Two Americas, any race of people who exhibit more shrewdness than others in their ability to grasp and manipulate the apparently indistinct elements of what may lead to a commercial success, or be of ultimate benefit to their nation, those people are the Americans. No government throws away less money in useless expenditures, and no representative assembly more narrowly criticizes waste, yet the Americans subsidize considerable sums of their national revenue for the purpose of restocking the rivers of the eastern states by artificial culture, and with praiseworthy consideration, their government supports several ably conducted establishments from which fish ova are distributed, gratis, to all those who choose to apply. The very railroads assist this enterprise, and some by moderating their tariff, and others by generously conveying the ova free of charge, give every possible encouragement to what their common sense tells them must lead to so much national good. To expect an English government to exhibit the same amount of foresight, or to practice a similar generosity, would be to credit them with virtues which have yet to be developed. The American example, however, should not be lost sight of. The extent of the operations of the Fish Commission can only be barely indicated here. One fact alone shows the gigantic nature of its operations. It has planted German carp in 30,000 separate bodies of water, distributed through all the states and territories in the Union. The American Navy adds to its numerous non-combatant functions the principal astronomical work done in the United States. It daily gives to every important city the correct time and furnishes some data for the government publication, the Nautical Almanac. The Naval Observatory has acquired a just celebrity by its discovery of the satellites of Mars. The Patent Office and Museum is another important division of the government at Washington. Here are many thousand models of inventions of every possible kind. The list contains over 400 different patents of a nut lock. The policy of the Republic is to make the patent law the encouragement of inventors and not the means of revenue, with such good results that more than 300,000 patents have been issued since 1836. Last year, the total patents issued exceeded 24,000, nearly 80% more than in 1880. 40 years ago, the average number of patents issued annually did not exceed 500 or 600. If one wishes to realize the extent and versatility of the American inventor, it is needful to visit the enormous museum at the Patent Office. Miles of shelves and cases are filled with models, while acres of drawings and designs adorn the walls or lie hidden away in drawers. English visitors are usually greatly impressed with what they see there. Herbert Spencer could not withhold his admiration. He says, "The enormous museum of patents which I saw in Washington is significant of the attention paid to inventors' claims, and the nation profits immensely from having, in this direction, though not in others, recognized property in mental products. Beyond question, in respect of mechanical appliances, the Americans are ahead of all nations." One of the most important factors in the diffusion of knowledge among men is found in the system of international exchange carried on by the Smithsonian Institution. Originally intended for the distribution of its own publications, the institution, by degrees, extended its privileges to learned societies of both hemispheres, and, at present, it forms a medium of scientific intercourse between about 700 home institutions and 4,000 establishments distributed over all parts of the inhabited globe. The publications of any learned society in the world, whether in Japan, Norway, or California, if sent to Washington, will be distributed throughout the world without cost to the sender. In 1885, about 80,000 packages of books were thus sent from the Smithsonian Institution, containing in some cases its own publications, in others United States Blue Books, or the transactions of various learned societies in America and elsewhere. Many railway and steamship lines carry these packages gratuitously. In this work, the Smithsonian Institution stands alone. It is probably the most effective means of diffusing knowledge ever attempted, for it circulates to the ends of the world the knowledge which, put into volumes of transactions and blue books, has hitherto been relegated to the shelves of public libraries. The official publications of the results of these bureaus are so numerous that the United States government is the largest printer and publisher in the world. In the Book of Estimates for the next fiscal year just sent to Congress, $1,380,000, £276,000, is asked for wages alone. There are on the payroll 400 compositors. 50 proofreaders are constantly employed, besides 115 press feeders and 34 ruling machine feeders. The estimates call for 100,000 reams of printing paper, or 48 million sheets, equal to 768 million pages. Of the annual report of the Commissioner of Agriculture, 300,000 copies are distributed. The reports of the Geological Survey, the Bureau of Ethnology, the reports of the Commission of Fish and Fisheries, the bulletins of the National Museum, and hundreds of other documents and reports are sent free and postage paid almost to everybody or anybody. For the preparation of this chapter, more than 70 separate government publications were obtained, the whole forming a perfect encyclopedia of governmental methods and results, of progress in art, science, and material resources. And this little library did not cost its collector a cent. Indeed, in some instances, the books were sent free from Washington to New York. Such liberality is unparalleled. The Republic is certainly no niggard. Much other extra-governmental work is done either by the government or, as in the case of the Smithsonian Institution, under its direction, but further details are not called for here. However opinions may differ as to the propriety of a government engaging in every kind of non-governmental work, there can be no difference of opinion as to the excellent methods and important results of these bureaus in Washington. Most of them are models of equipment and method. Of the hundreds of thousands of packages sent out by Mr. Boehmer of the Smithsonian Institution, not one has been lost. These offices are outside the influence of politics and run on from year to year as freely and frictionless as if political parties were as distant as the satellites of Mars, or as deep down in the sea as the protoplasmal jellyfish, about which these men of scientific light and leading write and print monologues at the public expense. Another fact elicited is that American progress is not limited to increasing crops or growing herds. In the higher domain of mind, in the alleviation of suffering, in the saving of life, in the facilitation of commerce, in the exploration of the world and the universe, in everything which tends to give life breadth as well as length, to make it more complete and more worth living, the Republic has contributed a very large quota. This high estimate of the value of the government bureaus has often been concurred in by foreigners. More than one celebrated Englishman has lamented to me that his country should be so far behind in similar work. It is the cue of the ruling classes of Europe to misrepresent the government of the democracy. They would have the people believe that it is weak, corrupt, and inefficient. But those who examine the subject carefully know it to be surprisingly strong, pure, efficient, and marvelously able. In none of the departments named in this chapter have politics the slightest influence. No politician could be found willing to apply any test but the suitability of the man for the work to be performed. These departments are generally under the control of permanent Army and Navy officers, who, I think my readers will not fail to note, are put by the Republic to much higher uses than the performance of their professional duties. If we leave the general work performed under governmental control and consider what the people do for themselves, we are even more strongly impressed than ever by their extraordinary power of administration. Take the city electrical service as an illustration. Police officers, fire engine houses, hotels, cab stands, railway stations, banks, offices, and private houses are in direct electrical communication, and telephonic communication is rapidly becoming no less general. The American Fire Department, again, is admittedly the best known. The horses are trained to rush out of their stalls into the shafts at the sound of the alarm. A single motion causes the harness to fall upon their backs. The men slide down posts from their bedrooms to the stable floor to economize time. The ambulance corps is unknown beyond the Republic. Its headquarters are at the principal hospitals. Electric communication apprises the attendant of an accident, as in the case of the fire engine. The ambulance, with its soft bed in charge of 2 surgeons, is instantly dashing through the streets, sounding its bell, which notifies every vehicle to turn out of its path. In a short time, the injured is lying upon a bed under charge of competent surgeons, and is conveyed as rapidly as possible to the hospital. London physicians who see this American plan never fail to lament that even London has not yet attempted to produce any organization of like humane character. This remarkable talent for organization which the American people possess probably was never more clearly displayed than in the sanitary and Christian commissions instituted by private citizens during the Civil War. The military rations of the government, compared to those of any other government, are, to say the least, exceedingly liberal, all well enough for professional soldiers, but for the patriotic volunteer who went forth from his home to defend the Union as a duty, that was quite another matter. Nothing was too good for him. The people demanded that as far as possible every luxury should be his, and to provide this, committees were appointed in the cities and contributions solicited. The movement resulted in the two general organizations named above, which distributed more than $25 million, £5 million, worth of extra supplies among the soldiers during the struggle. The collection, transportation, and distribution of these supplies, which embraced everything from easy chairs for the wounded to delicacies for the sick, were admirably performed. Bret Harte gives a poetic description of the enthusiastic reception accorded by the troops to the wagons of the commission as they pushed to the front filled with the tender offerings of a grateful people. "How are you, sanitary?" Down the picket-guarded lane rolled the comfort-laden wain, cheered by shouts that shook the plain, soldier-like and merry. Phrases such as camps may teach, saber cuts of Saxon speech, such as "bully, them's the peach," "wade in, sanitary." Right and left the caissons drew as the car went lumbering through, quick succeeding in review, squadrons military. Sunburnt men with beards like frieze, smooth-faced boys, and cries like these, "U.S. Sancom, that's the cheese. Pass in, sanitary." In such cheer it struggled on till the battle front was won. Then the car, its journey done, lo, was stationary. And where bullets whistling fly came the sadder, fainter cry, "Help us, brothers, ere we die. Save us, sanitary." Such the work, the phantom flies, wrapped in battle clouds that rise. But the brave, whose dying eyes, veiled and visionary, see the jasper gates swung wide, see the parted throng outside, hears the voice to those who ride, "Pass in, sanitary." But while these supplies were pushed forward to the front, the attentions bestowed upon regiments passing to and from different fields of action were not less characteristic. I was then superintendent of the Pennsylvania Railway at Pittsburgh, through which perhaps more troops passed than through any other city. Society there determined that every regiment should be fed. Banqueted would be nearer the correct word. No hungry volunteer should ever pass through that city without being made to feel that a grateful people wished to do him honor. This being resolved upon, the young ladies, the daughters of the rich men, the millionaires, resolved that by no menial's hands should the defenders of their country be fed. They would organize and divide the duty among themselves, and with their own hands serve the men. The city hall was placed at their disposal, tables and cooking arrangements provided, and the work began. Every night, the list of ladies and gentlemen subject to call during that night was posted in the hall. It mattered not at what hour a regiment or detachment of troops was to arrive. A telegram from my office apprised the city hall. The men on duty went the rounds, 1, 2, 3, or 4 o'clock in the morning, as the case might be, and one after another of the ladies were called and escorted through the darkness to the hall. One of the sights of my life, I can scarcely recall the scene without my eyes filling with tears even today, was to see a regiment of bronzed men, such splendid fellows, as unlike professional cutthroats as black is unlike white, to see them marched into the hall, seated at tables loaded with the finest food, and then to witness their amazement as it dawned upon them, which of course it soon did, that the young women serving were not paid servants, but the darlings of society, who had risen in the night and come forth to do them this honor. The meal ended, the colonel rose and asked for 3 cheers for the Pittsburgh Committee. Imagine how the boys in blue responded. But when, as was usually the case, there seemed something still lacking, some irrepressible longing which must find vent, and someone from the ranks called out, 3 cheers and a tiger for the young ladies of Pittsburgh, I hear their yell yet. I have seen enthusiastic crowds and heard ringing cheers, but of all the outbursts I ever heard, that of the bronzed veterans in honor of the young ladies of Pittsburgh takes the palm. And mark you, men so treated went to the front determined to fight as they cheered. How could they fail when the women of the land of their love came forth and said, night or day, we are proud to be your servants. 664,000 troops were fed in Pittsburgh in the manner I have described. The funds were always forthcoming, and at one fair held in the city for the Sanitary Committee, $300,000 were netted, 60,000 pounds. The age of miracles may have passed. Matthew Arnold is authority for the statement that the case is closed against them. But to all those who extol the past and dwell upon its heroes and heroines, intimating that our own age is less heroic than some age which has preceded it, let us make answer that for one true hero who existed in any age, 100 surround us today. And as for heroines, the world has scarcely ever known what one was until the present age. Women didn't know enough, as a rule, to be heroic until America educated her properly. There are 1,000 heroines in the world today, for every one any preceding age has produced. I thought 20-odd years ago, and I am still of opinion, that there were more heroic young ladies in Pittsburgh alone than the whole world could have produced not so very long ago, and Pittsburgh was but one of many cities equally stirred to its depths. I have seen the American people, young, middle-aged, and old, men and women, Democrat and Republican, touched upon the vital chord, and have heard and felt the response. Let no monarchical enemy of Americans, and all monarchists are her enemies, ever again flatter himself that the unity of the Republic does not command at all times the lives, the fortunes, and the sacred honor of the American people. When the Americans determined to hold a centennial exhibition, they went to work at it in the same business fashion. Not a governmental official was called upon. They organized in Philadelphia, and the result was that not only was the display the best ever made in any country, according to the judgment of the foreign visitors, but the exhibition was visited by more people than ever before visited an exhibition. The facilities for transportation were such that the millions were moved on time and without accident, and, more marvelous than all else, the centennial was so managed that it paid all expenses. An advance made by the government was repaid in full. The government had nothing to do with the management. It was exclusively an affair of the people and conducted throughout by them. This universal self-dependence is manifest everywhere and in everything. I stood with Archibald Forbes on the State Department steamer at Yorktown, Virginia, when the centennial anniversary of the surrender of Cornwallis was celebrated. We saw the disembarkation of some 30,000 militia troops and a grand review. Mr. Forbes remarked, What surprises me more than anything I have seen today is the absence of a body of officials to take charge of the masses and assign them to places, etc. Every American seems to understand just where he is to go, what he is to do, and how best to do it. And then he quietly goes and does it, and all comes out successfully. There is nothing like this in Europe. Such is the universal testimony of competent foreign observers. The cause of this self-governing capacity lies in the fact that from his earliest youth, the Republican feels himself a man. He is called upon to participate in the management of the local affairs of his township, county, or city, or in his relations with his fellows, in his church, trades union, cooperative store, or reading room, or even in his musical or dramatic society, baseball, cricket, or boating club. Everywhere, he is ushered into a democratic system of government in which he stands upon an equal footing with his fellows, and in which he feels himself bound to exercise the rights of a citizen. Those with talent for management naturally rise to command in their small circles, and upon great public occasions, when thousands of such circles are massed, the orderly habits prevailing in each circle render possible the easy and proper management of the vast crowd. We can confidently claim for the democracy that it produces a people self-reliant beyond all others, a people who depend less upon governmental aid and more upon themselves in all the complex relations of society than any people hitherto known. At the same time, their individual talent for organization and administration has been so concentrated as to produce through official channels various departments of universal benefit to the Commonwealth, none of which have ever been equaled, and some of which have never even been attempted under monarchical government. We look in vain throughout the world for such beneficent organizations connected with the government of any country as those described in this chapter. So far, therefore, from the government of the people falling behind the government of a class in the art of government, we are amazed at the contrast presented between the old form and the new in favor of the new. The truth is that the monarchical form lacks the vigor and elasticity necessary to cope with the republican in any department of government whatever. End of chapter 18, The Government's Non-Political Work.
Chapter 19, Part 1 of Triumphant Democracy by Andrew Carnegie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria James. Triumphant Democracy by Andrew Carnegie, Chapter 19, Part 1. The National Balance Sheet. The chapter begins with a quote. A national debt is vicious in principle, deceitful in its effects upon the state which borrows, hurtful to posterity which must pay, and tending to lead rulers into useless wars and extravagant expenditure of public money. Close quote. Thomas Spencer. National debts grow troublesome. Year after year, the burden they lay upon the productive energies of nations becomes harder and harder to bear. The 12 years between 1870 and 1882 have eclipsed all others in the amounts added to the already sorely burdened masses of Europe. Russia has saddled herself with $1,365,000,000, £273 million more debt in these short 12 years, an average increase of nearly $115 million, £23 million per annum, a load fit to weigh an empire down. France's obligations have swollen to $2,215,000,000, £443 million, and even Spain must be in the fashion and add $525 million, £105 million. And Italy, not to be behind in this mad race, has contracted $740 million, £148 million more. And even poor, decaying Turkey has found credulous capitalists to lend her $90 million, £18 million, during this period. The aggregate of these obligations in Europe has increased, since 1848, from $14,940,000,000, £2,988,000,000, to $20,935,000,000, £4,187,000,000, and most of this increase has been consumed in wars, which have left matters much as they were or would have been if never waged. Such is the inevitable result of anti-democratic rule. Britain alone, let us record it to her credit, is the only power which has resolutely reduced her debt. It is less by $465 million, £93 million, in 1884 than it was in 1857, while her wealth has enormously increased. It is easy to meet deficits by the proceeds of new loans, but it were well that nations should be of opinion with the Chinese laundryman of New York, who refused to give a note bearing interest. Quote, "No noti," said our heathen Chinese. Noti, walkie, ollie, tiny, walkie, no, sleepy. Close quote. Nations forget this peculiarity of new issues. Sleeping or waking, the load of interest swells noiselessly on Saturdays and Sundays alike. The Republic emulates her mother's example and cuts down her debt with unexampled rapidity. It is a curious fact that these, the two English-speaking nations, should be the only ones who resolutely set their faces strongly in the debt-discharging direction. The other races appear content to borrow as long as they can and let the future take care of itself. We are not without ominous signs that in some instances the strain upon their resources cannot be increased further without danger. Perhaps the democracy is soon to awaken to the truth that these vast accumulations of debt have their real source in the rule of monarchs and courts, whose jealousies and dynastic ambitions, stimulated by the great military classes always created by them, produce the wars or continual preparation for wars, which eat up the people's substance and add to their burdens year after year. A nation with a large standing army and navy is bound to make wars. One great advantage which the democracy has secured for itself in America is its comparative freedom from debt. The ratio of indebtedness to wealth is strikingly small. Including all debt, municipal, state, and national, it is but 4 1/20%, the national debt alone being less than 3.5%, as compared with 8 3/4% in Britain, 11 1/3% in France, 22.25% in Italy, 24.5% in Spain, and 25.5% in Portugal. This was in 1880. Since then, the reduction of the national debt and the increase of wealth have been so great that it is close upon 2%, not 1/4 of that of Britain, nor 1/5 of that of France. Contrary to the general impression, the debts of the various states which comprise the Union are trifling, being but 0.6% upon the valuation. Several states have no debt. Others have revenues from public lands sufficient to pay the entire expenses of the state government. The municipal debts of the cities of America are likewise very small compared to those of Britain, being only 1 2/10% upon the valuation of city property. Taking all the state and city debts of the Union and rating them according to valuation of property, both combined do not amount to 1/5 of the city debt of Manchester, nor to 1/10 of the debt of Birmingham, while Liverpool owes in proportion to its wealth £50, $250, for every pound, $5, owed by the cities of America taken as a whole. If we add to the municipal debts of America the state, and also the national debt, Liverpool's municipal debt alone is still 7 times greater than all of these combined. Even the city of Manchester, which does not rate high as a debtor, owes in its corporate capacity alone in proportion to its wealth 2.5 times as much as the ratio of indebtedness of all American cities, all state debts, and all debts of the national government. The cities of Great Britain owe $765 million, £153 million. Those of America, notwithstanding their greater number, population, and wealth, only $575 million, £115 million. If to the American municipal debt we add the debt of all the states, we have only $865 million, £173 million, for city and state debt as against $765 million, £153 million, in Britain for city debt alone. The following are given by Mulhall. Debt to valuation: Liverpool 32.5, Manchester 10, Birmingham 21.8, Leeds 15.8. London, which is in debt only 3%, finds a worthy compeer in Philadelphia whose debt is even a fraction less. New York stands with Manchester at 10 4/10. America has no city so deeply involved as Liverpool, Birmingham, or Leeds. But in the case of Liverpool, I am reminded of Artemus Ward, who met in London a gentleman from that city, who told them there were some docks or something which he should have seen. And in regard to Birmingham, no one who has been privileged to examine the work which that model of municipal life is doing will think the debt unwisely incurred. It is evident, however, that with all the push of the American, he is distanced by his illustrious ancestor in the race for debt in his corporate capacity. The Republican has so managed that the annual charge for all debt against him per head is not 1/4 of that which his brother in Britain has incurred. Every Briton owes of national debt $110, £22. Every Frenchman $120, £24. Every Italian $90, £18, while the American owes but $30, £6. Every Canadian owes of public debt alone in proportion to wealth $6.15, £1, 4 shillings, 6 pence. Every Australian $16.15, £3, 4 shillings, 6 pence. While, as we have before seen, the American, with all his resources and rosy expectation, has burdened himself with only $3.49, 14 shillings, and is rapidly paying that off. This is but one more added to the proofs that lie open at all points to anyone who will take the trouble to examine and compare the facts that the masses made equal politically under the sway of democracy are not prone to wild excesses. They have developed in the United States into one of the most conservative communities in the world, conservative of their powerful government, of their Supreme Court, and of their Senate, and of all that makes for the security of civil and religious liberty, of the rights of property, and the constitutional right of each individual to the pursuit of happiness in his own way, subject only to the limitations that he interfere not with the enjoyment of the same right by others. Let the student of American institutions direct his attention to this fact, and see whether the Republic be not a very conservative Republic indeed. Nowhere is so well understood the difference between liberty and license. In 1835, just half a century ago, the Republic was not only free from debt, but had a surplus in the Treasury. How to dispose of this surplus was a matter of grave concern. No wonder, for assuredly there existed no precedent in the history of the world, and statesmen are the slaves of precedent, to throw light upon the novel question, not how a nation can wipe out its debt, that would be hard enough, but how a nation is to get rid of its surplus. Even as late as 1857, only 28 years ago, the debt was but $29 million, not £6 million. Today, the interest-bearing debt is about $1.5 billion, £300 million. My readers may be ready to suggest that in no department has the Republic made greater progress than in running into debt. Only 28 years ago, in debt $30 million, and today 50 times that sum. It is quite as extraordinary as an increase as is seen in her growth of wheat. Even the growth of the Bessemer steel industry does not much exceed it. And as we have had to award her the prize for rapid development in numerous branches over the motherland, let us hasten to credit the latter with setting an example to her precocious child. For the debt of Britain during the past 30 years has not only not increased, but has been reduced $310 million, £62 million. The explanation of the increased debt of the Republic is, of course, found in the civil conflict between slavery and freedom. The two systems were antagonistic, and the irrepressible issue had to be met sooner or later. Either the equality of the citizen was or was not the foundation of the state. There was no middle ground. It has been decided, but the cost was frightful. That part of it, unpaid at the close of the struggle, which could be represented by dollars, and that much the smaller part, amounted to $2,770,000,000, £554 million. Unadjusted claims subsequently paid made the total debt more than $3 billion, £600 million. Thus stood the account in 1866, 20 years ago. The annual interest charge was no less than $146 million, nearly £30 million, being 2 millions sterling more than that of Britain. Many were the predictions throughout Europe that the masses who held full and unlimited sway would never take such a load upon their shoulders and patiently endure the taxation necessary to carry it, much less pay it off. Much of the debt had been contracted at excessive rates of interest, 6%, and at periods when less than 50% in gold was obtained for the bonds issued. Universal suffrage could never be brought to pay back in gold the par value of such issues. It would require a government of the educated and enlightened few, a monarchy, for instance, to keep its financial honor untarnished. In Britain such ideas prevailed, especially among financiers. Mr. Gladstone gives them expression in Kin Beyond the Sea. Quote, "In 12 years she, America, has reduced her debt by £158 million, or at the rate of £13 million for each year. In each 12 months she has done what we did in 8 years. Her self-command, self-denial, and wise forethought for the future have been, to say the least, 8-fold ours." These are facts which redounded greatly to her honor, and the historian will record with surprise that an enfranchised nation tolerated burdens which in this country a selected class, possessed of the representation, did not dare to face, and that the most unmitigated democracy known to the annals of the world resolutely reduced at its own cost prospective liabilities of the state which the aristocratic and plutocratic and monarchical government of the United Kingdom had been contented ignobly to hand over to posterity. The financiers of the continent, and especially of Germany, knew the character of democracy better, and profited accordingly. Many fortunes were made by investments in American bonds, which rapidly doubled in value. The most notable case in my own experience was that of an uncle in Scotland who had always, like John Bright, believed in the Republic, and had implicit faith in the American people in general, and perhaps his nephew in particular. At the darkest hour of the conflict, when gold was worth nearly 3 times the value of currency, this staunch friend of the Republic remitted me a considerable sum of money, saying, "Invest this for me as you think best, but if you put it in United States bonds it will add to my pleasure, for then I can feel that in her hour of danger I have never lost faith in the Republic." Close quote. 3 times the value of his gold when remitted and double the value of his patriotic investment since has rewarded his faith in the triumph of democracy. Starting then 20 years ago, 1866, with $3 billion, £600 million, as the national burden, with an annual interest charge of nearly $146 million, £29.2 million. What has the democracy done up to the 1st of January, 1885? It has paid more than half of the huge sum and reduced it to less than $1.5 billion, or £300 million. Here is the last monthly statement. Debt less cash in Treasury, January 1st, 1886, $1,443,454,826. Debt less cash in Treasury, December 1st, 1885, $1,452,544,766. Decrease of debt during the month, $9,089,940. The interest charge has fallen from $146 million, £29.2 million, to $51 million, £10.2 million. In 2 successive years of this period, the reduction amounted to $270 million, £54 million, but this rate being considered too rapid, taxes were repealed and large sums voted for increased pensions to the sailors and soldiers who crushed the rebellion. The American has to continue for only 12 years more to reduce the national debt as he has for the past 20 years in order to wipe it out entirely. It may confidently be predicted that ere the close of this century, extraordinary events excepted, the last bond of the Republic will be publicly burned at Washington with imposing ceremonies, amidst the universal rejoicings of the people. The democracy seems destined to set an example in many ways to the monarchies of the world, not the least important being that of a people resolutely pursuing the policy of reducing its debt until the last dollar is paid, that its resources may remain unimpaired to meet the emergencies which may arise to affect its position among the nations. Where is the monarchy which can vie with this democracy in conservative finance or thoughtful care for its country's future? Mr. Gladstone says the parent land ignobly hands her debt over to posterity. From a position so discredited that 6% bonds did not net more than half their par value in gold, the government of the people has risen in the estimation of the capitalists of the world to so high a point that its bonds bearing only 3% command a premium. What the world thinks of democracy is this: that beyond the credit of any nation, even higher than that of Great Britain, stands the obligations of a government founded upon the equality of the citizen. A leading Liberal cabinet minister, not Mr. Gladstone, not Mr. Chamberlain, for they know America not much but a little better, once asked me whether, in a contingency which then threatened to arise in the Republic, namely, a contested presidential election, and which did indeed arise and passed away harmlessly, there would not be a revolution which would involve the stability of our institutions. My reply was, "Have you noticed today's quotations of American 3%s? "No," he said. "What are they?" "Higher than yours," I said, and looked straight at him. That was all, but it was sufficient. Whenever a man, even a Liberal cabinet minister, begins to doubt the stability of a government of the people, for the people, and by the people, and there are Liberal cabinet ministers whose faith in the democracy is as a grain of mustard seed, ask him why the credit of this new democracy stands before that of the old monarchy. Why would the world lend this democracy more money and upon better terms than it would lend the best government of the few? Why does the world pay for American 3% more than it will pay for the British 3%? The answer is obvious. Because the reign of the whole of the people of a state is more secure than the reign of any class in a state can possibly be. A class may be upset, nay, is sure to be sooner or later. The people are forever and ever in power. The revenues of the government. It was often said, up to the breaking out of the slaveholders' rebellion in 1861, that the American did not know that he had a national government. Certainly, as far as taxation was concerned, he had little to remind him of the fact. In 1830, the total revenues collected were not quite $2 per head, 8 shillings. In 1840, they had fallen below $1.25, 5 shillings. And even as late as 1860, 25 years ago, the American enjoyed all the blessings of government at a cost of $1.75, 7 shillings, per annum. This was collected principally from customs and sales of public lands. There was no such thing known as an excise or internal tax, so that the citizen never was visited by a revenue officer of any kind. The American was born, lived, and died, and was never asked to contribute a cent to his government. Unless he lived at a seaport and visited the custom house, he probably never saw a man whose duty it was to collect a national tax. In this blessed year of 1860, the total national revenue was only $56 million, 11.2 million pounds. In 1866, it reached its maximum, or $558 million, 111.6 million pounds. After 1860, war taxes were necessary, and the Republican became aware of the fact, well known everywhere else, that it costs money to wage war. Internal and excise taxes were resorted to, and the citizen made the acquaintance of the revenue officer in full force. For the first time, his revenues were made subject to an income tax, fairest of all taxes in theory, most odious of all in practice. It was, however, a graduated income tax which exempted the masses, but exacted 5% upon the largest incomes. During the 6 years from 1861 to 1867, enormous sums, from $400 to $500 million, 80 million pounds to 100 million pounds, were raised by taxes by the general government. The Republican might have fancied himself enjoying for a time the blessings of the British monarchy, for the taxation was about equal, each nation drawing about $400 million, 80 million pounds per annum from its people. With the collapse of the rebellion, the Republic began to set its finances in order. Taxes were rapidly reduced, and among the first to go was the income tax. Then followed the reduction or repeal of one internal tax after another, till finally today, with the exception of the taxes on whiskey and tobacco, producing in the aggregate $145 million, 29 million pounds. But few, of a trifling character, remain. With these exceptions, the Republican knows nothing of internal taxation. His acquaintance with the revenue officer has almost ceased. Once more, he is free. He has neither income tax nor legacy duty. End of Chapter 19, Part 1. Chapter 19, Part 2 of Triumphant Democracy by Andrew Carnegie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria James. Triumphant Democracy by Andrew Carnegie, Chapter 19, Part 2. We beg the careful attention of thoughtful, moderate men to the fact that although the income tax was paid wholly by the few, Yet the masses upon whom it had no direct bearing urged its repeal, because it was proved in practice that the honest were assessed while the dishonest escaped. Thus we get one more proof that the masses can always be trusted to act fairly and to correct injustice. Since 1866, 20 years ago, when the national revenues from taxation amounted to a sum equal to $17, £3 8 drawn from each man, woman, and child in the country, they had fallen in 1880 to less than $7, 28 and of this more than $1, 4 per head went to reduce the debt. The taxes are collected in America much as in Britain, about equally from foreign imports and from home products, although the recent rapid repeals and reduction of internal taxes in America have somewhat disturbed this division. In 1880, for instance, the foreign products contributed more than the domestic, foreign giving $190 million, 38 million pounds, and the domestic $125 million, 25 million pounds. If it were not for the seemingly immovable determination of the people not to permit the manufacture of whiskey and tobacco to escape special taxation as articles, the free use of which should be discouraged, this difference between the production of taxation upon home and foreign products would soon be much greater. For to sweep away the entire Department of Internal Revenue and thus reduce the number of government officials and free the citizen entirely from their supervision is a temptation hard to resist by the American people. The cost of government. We have seen that in 1880 the general government was in receipt of about $335 million, say 67 million pounds, but notwithstanding great reductions made in taxes, both tariff and internal, the receipts of 1882 and 1883 reached $400 million, 80 million pounds. As the official figures for these years are obtainable, we shall use them instead of those for 1880. How, then, does the Republic get rid of her 80 millions sterling per annum, a revenue about equal to that collected by the British government? Here is the record for 1883. First, of course, for interest upon the national debt, this required $50 million, 10 million pounds. And what, think you, is the greatest charge upon the state? For what does the Republic spend most money? Republics are proverbially ungrateful, you know, so says the monarchist. Well, this republic certainly does not spend $5 millions per annum upon a single family and its appurtenances, nor lavish fortunes at one vote upon its high officials or members of an aristocracy. Still, it spends more money in pensions to the soldiers and sailors who served it in its hour of need than upon any branch of the service, more than upon army and navy combined, more than the interest upon its debt, more than upon anything else. To reward these men, not one man or a few high officers alone, as is the case in Britain and elsewhere in Europe, but every man, private as well as commander, in settled proportions as to rank, the Republic spent in 1883 no less than $66 million, 13.2 million pounds. The democracy may be trusted to insist, when they have the power, that the poor private who fought shall not be neglected when the state dispenses its rewards. I heard Mr. Cohen, the Radical, nay, the Republican member for Newcastle, in a speech in the House of Commons favoring the grant to Wolseley and Seymour, hold up to scorn the American Republic for the shabby manner in which it treated its servants. The difference here is just the difference between a monarchy and a republic, between the rule of the people and the rule of a class. In the monarchy, the officers are unduly rewarded by their class, who are in power, whether called liberal or conservative, still their class, while the private, who has few or none of his class as legislators, is neglected. In a republic the first care is for the masses in army or navy, the privates and their widows and orphans. The officers come after, though both share liberally. So in all legislation, the good of the millions first, the luxuries of the few afterward. This statement is worth emphasizing. the Republic gives more each year as rewards to the brave men and their widows and orphans who defended the integrity of the nation when assailed, than she thinks it worth while to expend in maintaining all her military or naval forces. If republics are, as a rule, ungrateful, at least we find a notable exception to the rule in the case of the greatest republic of all. The truth is that republics are only prudent in giving to the rich few, and prodigal to a fault in lavishing upon the poorer masses. This is a failing which leans to virtue's side. Time after time, since the close of the war, the pension roll has been enlarged and the payments increased. It seems as if the people could not lavish enough upon, or sufficiently testify their gratitude to, their soldiers and sailors who have been injured or have become disabled in their service. Even as I am correcting the proofs of this chapter, the House of Representatives has passed by a vote of 4-1 an act to increase the pensions to soldiers and sailors' widows 25%, from $8, £1 12 shillings, to $10, £2. To the charge that republics are ungrateful, the reply is that the one republic gives more beyond their regular pay to its citizens who have served in army or navy than all the other governments of the world combined. Next in cost comes the War Department, which, although of ridiculously small dimensions compared with that of other civilized nations, I regret to chronicle, cost in 1883 no less than $49 million, £9.8 million, which was exceptionally great. The cost averages about $40 million, £8 million. The Navy Department absorbed $15 million, £3 million. As the Army consists of but 25,000 men, we cannot look for any reduction there till the vast unoccupied territories are peopled. A strong armed police force is required to keep the Indians in order, and the almost equally troublesome aggregate of restless spirits from all lands who naturally gravitate to the semi-civilized life which precedes the reign of law and order. In the States, as distinguished from the territories, the American rarely sees a man in uniform whose profession is the scientific killing of other men. The war expenditure, one is delighted to record, embraces the improvements of harbor and rivers, and upon this highly useful work many of the officers are constantly engaged. The Engineer Corps has rendered exceptionally valuable services in this department. An annual appropriation is made for improving rivers and harbors, $6 million to $10 million, 1.2 to 2 million pounds, and charged to the War Department, which sum should fairly be deducted from war expenditures, for this is not for destructive purposes, but emphatically in the interests of peace. The American people annually spend upon the 300,000 Indians scattered over the land about $6 million, equal to $20, £4 per Indian. They are as kindly treated as practicable. A commission of well-known philanthropic men of national reputation is appointed by the President to supervise all matter relating to these poor unfortunate tribes. The success of the Indian policy may best be judged by the fact that out of the total number of 310,000, no less than 66,000 are reported civilized, the proof of civilization being that they pay taxes, and of all the proofs possible to adduce, we submit this is the most conclusive as to their civilization. The political economist, at least, will seek no further, but rest satisfied. It is indeed surprising that 1/5 of all the Indians have abandoned their nomadic habits and embraced civilization. It is clear that the real, live, war-whooping Indian is being rapidly civilized off the face of the earth. We shall soon search as hopelessly over the prairies for the noble red men as we should do over Scotch moors and glens for the Rob Roy of Scott. Under the head of miscellaneous come 1,001 items of expenditure which embrace everything not under heads before given. The total is about $68 million, about 13.6 million pounds in 1883. The principal items are for the agricultural, meteorological, and educational departments and the various bureaus which, by their varied and useful functions, cause such astonishment and admiration in foreign visitors to Washington. As the Republic pays every official who renders service, it may be interesting to compare the cost of this plan with that of the monarchy, which depends upon the gratuitous services of its legislators. Here is the account. The Republic. The President, $50,000, 10,000 pounds. The Vice President, $9,000, 1,800 pounds. 74 senators, $5,000 or 1,000 pounds each. Total, $370,000, 74,000 pounds. 325 representatives, $5,000 or 1,000 pounds each. Total, $1,625,000, 325,000 pounds. Total, $2,054,000, 410,800 pounds. The Monarchy. The Queen, $3.1 million, 619,379 pounds. Prince and Princess of Wales, $600,000, 120,000 pounds. Other members of the royal family, $600,000, 121,000 pounds. Total, $4,300,000, 860,379 pounds. Members of the cabinet are paid about the same in both countries. I have known well-informed Britons who believed that the cost of government in America was greater than their own. The figures given prove that the amount paid by the Republic for the 400 officers and legislators who form her governing body does not amount to half as much as the monarchy squanders upon one family which has neither public duties nor official responsibility, and which sets an example of wasteful and showy living to the injury of the nation. One scarcely knows at which to wonder most, the fatuous folly of the people in permitting this great sum to go to one family, which is really one of the scandals of our age, or that any well-educated family possessed of even ordinary sensibility can be found to take from a people, many of whom are sorely pressed for the necessaries of life, this enormous amount of their earnings and waste it upon their own mean and coarse extravagance. No fact more clearly proves the corrupting tendency of privilege or caste upon those unfortunately born under it. They must grow callous and unmindful of all but themselves. It will puzzle my American readers to imagine how such enormous sums can possibly be spent upon one family. Perhaps one item will shed light upon it. Sir Charles Dilke has charged that public funds are squandered to the amount of 100,000 pounds, $500,000, per annum upon yachts for Her Majesty's use, while, mark you, she has not been half a dozen times a year in a yacht during her entire reign. The sum spent by this model queen for useless pleasure boats alone is greater than the American pays his president and vice president, the cabinet officers, and all the judges of the Supreme Court combined. One marvels, when such abuses are revealed, that any member of the royal family is safe in open day. We should expect that public indignation would at least concentrate in one universal hiss. How long would Americans tolerate an abuse like this, think you? Turn the rascals out would again be the cry, and the delinquents would know better than to stay to be driven. The next Cunarder would have them booked, under assumed names, bound for happier climes. But the story does not stop here. This family finds in every marriage of their children a fresh plea for demanding money, and at every death they saddle the nation with the funeral expenses. The royal mother of her people cannot be induced to support her own children during life, or even to bury them decently at death, as long as the public can be further bled. All this is no reflection upon the royal family of England, for all other royal families do the same. They are as good a royal family as anywhere to be found. Certainly the Queen is personally one of the best women who ever occupied a throne. It is the fault of the system that such callousness is bred in those who would otherwise be good people. The system, not its victims, is to blame. the royal family is only one of many evils with which monarchical institutions infest a state. The Financial Reform Almanac states that within the last 33 years, the dukes, earls, and marquises, with their relatives, the inevitable brood of royalty, have taken from the exchequer more than £66 million, $330 million, an average levy of 2 millions sterling, being as great as the entire sum spent by the government for the education of the people. John Bright told the people that the government was only a system of outdoor relief for the aristocracy, and he was right as usual. It is well for the American people to get a glimpse now and then of the blots of other lands, that they may duly appreciate their own comparative purity. Whenever an American is met abroad with the assertion that the government in the Republic is corrupt, he can safely say that for 1 ounce of corruption here, there is a full pound of avoirdupois in Britain, for every job here, 20 yonder. Just look at some of the jobs. The Prince of Wales is colonel of this or that regiment, and draws salaries for duties he does not pretend to perform. He has many mean modes of drawing money from the public. He is made a field marshal. One brother gets a high command in India. The Duke of Edinburgh gets command of the Channel Fleet. The Duke of Cambridge, although commander-in-chief, does not scorn to draw a salary as Ranger of Richmond Park, and royal favorites by the score monopolize sinecure positions. One nobleman gets £4,000, $20,000, per year for walking backward before Her Majesty upon certain occasions, and so on through a chapter of jobs, so long and irritating that no American could patiently read through it. When the democracy gets firmly in the saddle, we shall see a change in all this, a purifying of the Aegean stables of monarchy. The corruption then exposed will surprise the Republican. I do not believe that there could be found today a family whose head is in public life and honored by the Republic which would accept and use, as the royal family accepts and uses, the inordinate sums granted to them. The tendency of republicanism is to promote simplicity and a higher standard than that of showy living. President Cleveland, in his inaugural message, expresses the feelings of the people when he says, quote, "We should never be ashamed of the simplicity and prudential economies which are best suited to the operation of a republican form of government and most compatible with the mission of the American people. Those who are selected for a limited time to manage public affairs are still of the people, and may do much by their example to encourage, consistently with the dignity of their official functions, that plain way of life which among their fellow citizens aids integrity and promotes thrift and prosperity." Close quote. The monarchy thinks show grand, the republic votes it vulgar. To sum up all, the government of the people in 18 years has reduced its debt at the average rate of $55 million, £11 million per annum, and the interest charge of its debt in that period to 1/3 its cost. It has abolished and reduced taxes from time to time, until there remains of internal taxation only the taxes upon whiskey and tobacco, stamps, etc. The income tax has gone with the others. Such a record the world has not seen before. The answer to doubters of the stability of the democracy, like Sir Henry Maine, is here. December 1885. Republican 3%, 103.5. Monarchical 3%, 99.5. Were the consuls of America perpetual like those of Britain, and not redeemable at a fixed date, their value would be still higher. The triumph of democracy is palpable in many departments: in education, in population, in wealth, in agriculture, and in manufactures. In annual savings, as we have seen, it stands first. But to the conservative mind, surely the last domain in which the democracy could be expected to excel even Great Britain is that of credit. It has been the boast, one of the many proud boasts of the dear parent land, that her institutions were stable as the rock, as proved by her consuls, which stood preeminent throughout the world. Now comes her republican child, and plucks from her queenly head the golden round of public credit as hers of right, and places it upon her own fair brow. It has been my privilege to claim many victories for triumphant democracy, but surely the world will join me in saying none is more surprising than this, that its public credit stands before that of Great Britain, and first in all the world. End of chapter 19.
Chapter 20, Part 1 of Triumphant Democracy by Andrew Carnegie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, in October 2020. Triumphant Democracy by Andrew Carnegie, Chapter 20, Part 1, General Reflections. This chapter starts with a quotation. The plain truth is that educated Englishmen are slowly learning that the American Republic affords the best example of a conservative democracy. And now that England is becoming democratic, respectable Englishmen are beginning to consider whether the Constitution of the United States may not afford means by which, under new democratic forms, may be preserved the political conservatism dear and habitual to the governing classes of England. End quote, by Dicey. Politics are not the incessant theme in the Republic which they are in the monarchy. This difference has its rise in two causes. First, no party in America desires a change in any of the fundamental laws. If asked what important law I should change, I must perforce say, none. The laws are perfect. These being settled as desired by all, it follows that a vital question can arise but seldom. The outs are left to insist that they could and would administer existing laws better or more purely than the ins. A politician may safely be challenged to state wherein the Democratic and Republican parties of today differ. If one of the outs, he will say that the ins, having had control too long, have become corrupt, and that as a new broom sweeps clean, a change is desirable. But ask him which, if any, of the national laws or forms he would change, and he is dumb. Second, the nation having by universal suffrage and equal districts committed to certain men the management of affairs for a short term, public sentiment says, let them have their innings, and let us see how they succeed. We shall soon judge them by their fruits. They cannot be put out till their terms expire, therefore there is no sense in our becoming excited over politics until the time comes for an election. The party in opposition cannot be stirred to action when it is impossible for it to obtain power. Therefore, the political excitement which always exists in Britain breaks out in the Republic only once every 4 years. One hears more political discussion at a dinner in London than during the whole season in New York or Washington. It is often charged that politics in the Republic are generally in the hands of men of position and character inferior to those of similar position in Britain. This is quite true. Until the final form of her political institutions is reached in Britain, the important work to be done will attract able men. When the Civil War in America revealed the need for able men, America's best came forward and met the need. A notable change took place in the men who went to Washington. In the usual routine of national life in America, the only political work to be done is such as young, briefless lawyers and unsuccessful men of affairs can easily perform. They have to follow public opinion and are mere agents. When great issues no longer divide the British people, the same result may be expected. Able men, not influenced by personal vanity and desirous of leading lives of the greatest possible usefulness, will be unable to persuade themselves that attention to the administration of laws already fixed is the highest field, and will leave it to those of inferior nature or of less experience and ability. The highest ability and purest character, though lost to politics, will not, however, be lost to the nation, but really constitute, in a fuller sense, more vital parts of it, and enrich it more than they do now, when the final settlement of laws, which is still to be made by the democracy, absorbs so much of their precious time. The difference between the House of Commons and its offshoot in Washington, which is productive of the most far-reaching effects, but which has hitherto received but little public attention in Britain, is the payment of its members. This difference is fundamental. Pay members, and the people are then properly represented. Parliament is then the people's house. Refuse to pay members, and Parliament is primarily the house of the rich, and but imperfectly represents the masses. It is because this is the case that both Liberal and Conservative are found deprecating the payment of members, for it is still true that triumphing Tories and despairing Whigs forget their feuds to save their wigs. There are too many members of Parliament, both Liberal and Conservative, who owe their places to the fact that they can live without work to render any change easy. No other reason can be assigned against their payment, because members of the Cabinet and other great officers of state are paid, as in America. Why should a Cabinet minister receive a compensation and a member none? It will hardly be contended that an ordinary member of Parliament would be disgraced or his tone lowered by accepting remuneration for his services, as do Mr. Gladstone and the Marquis of Salisbury. When the day arrives in which poor but eminently capable men can enter public life in Britain, there will be little left of aristocratic institutions. Until they can do so, even the House of Commons is the house of the rich, as the House of Lords is the house of the landlords. The people are represented by neither. In the Republic, as we have seen, every man serving the state is moderately compensated, but mark also this, no man is compelled to take it. Everyone is free to serve the state gratuitously if he so desire. The immense advantage resulting from the periodical election of officials is that they are less influenced by every passing wind of popular frenzy. They will more readily adopt a policy which their superior knowledge tells them will eventually produce good results, although at the moment excited popular opinion may be in opposition. They at least are firm and are able to steer steadily. They do not lose their official heads until their term of service ends. The ministers and members of Parliament in Great Britain are like so many agile performers on the tightrope. No one knows the moment they may fall, nor worst of all the cause which may throw them. The nation kept in a state of unhealthy suspense from day to day cannot unreservedly do its best work, because all eyes are turned to these performers. There is every morning the chance of a grand spill, and no one wants to miss it. The fatal defect of the British Constitution, since the power of the throne has gone, is a weak executive liable to be swept along by any gust of opinion. It cannot await the return of sober reason for the calm and settled conclusion of the people. It is the second and not the first will of the people which is the voice of God. As a consequence, the members of the government do not hesitate to plead that they are not to be held responsible for such and such acts, because public opinion demanded them, as if they had not been designated by the people expressly to withstand popular excitement, and to do not what was popular, but what was best, regardless of clamor. Such an excuse would be held in the Republic to disgrace a government. The influence of this condition of affairs upon the politicians of Britain is bad in every respect. They are tempted to sacrifice so much in order to retain place that instead of producing a body of men whose first and last thought is for principle, the tendency is to produce men who are pliable to a degree and ready to adopt any measures necessary to maintain their own party in power. We lately saw the Conservative Party passing liberal measures rather than resign office, and a short time ago we saw the Liberal Party adopting Tory policy in the Sudan simply because they were afraid that if they did not, they might lose office. The most adroit, and must we say it, least scrupulous party managers, and not the truest statesmen are the likeliest to receive and to retain power. In these days when much is said against the dangers of democracy, de Tocqueville's wise saying should be remembered. Extreme democracy prevents the dangers of democracy. Not only is the Republic, with its fixed terms of office, its Supreme Court, and two chambers with real power, a much more conservative form of government than the monarchy, since the power passed from the aristocratic few into the masses, but the people themselves have become, under republican institutions, a much more conservative people in their political institutions than their progenitors, conservative in the sense that they desire no change. The national constitution illustrates this. Since its adoption in 1787, it has only been twice amended, and for many years there has not been one word added or erased, and the recent amendments made have resulted solely from new questions created by the overthrow of slavery. On no other point has a word been changed. On the other hand, the British Constitution has been so tampered with from time to time as to become almost unrecognizable as its former self. Well may Tennyson write, I honor him by omitting my lord, quote, "As to any vital changes in our constitutions, I could wish that some of our prominent politicians who look to America as their ideal might borrow from her an equivalent to that conservatively restrictive provision under the 5th article of her Constitution. I believe that it would be a great safeguard to our own in these days of ignorant and reckless theorists." End quote. Theories of the power of the people obtain in Britain which are unthought of in America. Such an act as the recent Irish Land Bill, which took from the owners of property the right to let it in open market and enjoy the resulting revenues, would not find a party to advocate it, much less a House of Representatives to entertain it. And even if passed by both houses and approved by the President, the Supreme Court would be bound to make it void, for a change of the Constitution would be necessary to render such an act legitimate. Property, property, property has been the cry of the owning and governing classes of the monarchy. Yet the sacred rights of property are today much more securely guarded by the democracy of the Republic than they can possibly be in the monarchy. The capitalist and property owner is more secure in the enjoyment of his property in the new than in the old country. In land, for instance, he has most citizens sustaining him in his right, for the millions own the soil in small parcels. Property in land stands, and always has stood, upon the same footing as any other kind of property. Therefore, land proprietorship has not been rendered odious by unfair advantages conferred upon it. Its sale is free, and it is taxed upon its value as other property is. It can be taken at a valuation for railways or other public purposes. There is neither primogeniture nor entail. The free play of the law of dispersion has been found quite sufficient to prevent the troubles which afflict Britain in its management of the soil. When land is free and subject only to the general laws regarding property, its owners will rest in peaceful possession, but never till then. The Cable informs us that in Mr. Gladstone's plan for Home Rule, special means are to be taken to prevent unjust laws being enacted by the majority in Ireland against the landlords, and even so philosophic a man as my friend Mr. Morley is said to second the idea. With all due respect to these great men, I beg to point out that no surer means of making landlords more odious, if possible, than at present ever entered the human brain. It betrays a positive lack of knowledge of human nature. Give exceptional security or protection or privilege to any class, and it becomes at once a target for the bitter hostility of all other classes. Should unusual guarantees be provided, I venture to predict that instead of healing existing sores, these measures will become the seeds of graver ills to follow. Only what is equal rests in repose and produces good fruit. There cannot be repose, i.e. equilibrium, without equality of the parts. We see the question of a graduated income tax coming to the front in the monarchy. The Republic had this when immense sums were required to meet the cost of the Civil War, but one of the first taxes abandoned at the close of the struggle was the income tax. It was not reduced or made uniform, it was abolished, nor has there ever been a movement to reimpose it. The masses favored its abolition, although it was paid by the few, for all incomes below $2,000 (£400) per annum were exempt. I know of no temptation ever placed before a democracy to put the burden of the state upon the shoulders of the few rich citizens, as was contained in the suggestion not to inaugurate a new, but only to resist the repeal of this existing tax. They approved its repeal because it was shown that although theoretically the justice of all modes of taxation, in practice the honest citizen paid it and the dishonest escaped, and that to enforce its honest collection, a thorough system of espionage and minute examination would be required, not in harmony with the spirit of free institutions. The Republican is jealous to a degree of the presence of a government official armed with power to trouble him about anything. Since the Republic adopted the civil service reform, it can no longer be charged that at every change of administration the petty officials lose their places, which never was the case to the extent popularly believed in Britain, for the staff were necessarily retained. I know of no remaining charge against the democracy except international copyright and the alleged corruption of local politics. As before explained, the outs must accuse the ins of corruption, since the policy of the one party is that of the other. There is rarely any other reason for a change to be alleged, but as Matthew Arnold very justly observes, charges of personal corruption in America take the place of personal abuse in Britain, Salisbury being a liar and Gladstone a madman, as these gentlemen are held to be respectively by their most violent opponents. The question arises if American officials, politicians I should say, for the officers of the courts and the army and navy are beyond suspicion, if these be venal, where are those who have made fortunes by politics? I have known many hundreds of public men, but scarcely ever one who was not actually poor. When the tenure of office is short, and the chance is great that one of the opposite party will succeed and overhaul all accounts, malfeasance in office must be rare. So it is. Very few defalcations occur. In the case of legislators who may be bribed to vote for measures, it is to be noted that but little private bill legislation is known. A general railway law in the states and general laws by which questions are decided leave but little room for personal aggrandizement. By this means legislation throughout the country is kept substantially pure. Comparing the national legislature at Washington with the British Parliament, I am persuaded that at least as many votes are given from other considerations than those of honest conviction in the latter as in the former. True, the bribe is not the same in both cases. Pecuniary considerations have less weight in the older land, but there is no radical difference whether members' votes are obtained by expected social rank or favor, or expected pecuniary gain. A longed-for title, even so poor a one as that of a baronet, is not less a bribe than so many dollars. The nature reached by the dollar may be the lower man of the two, but he is at least not quite so silly. There is more sense in dollars than in titles, patents of nobility, at which the judicious laugh behind the wearer's back, whispering to each other, "Pity the weakness of a poor old man." Viewed thus broadly, there is as much corruption in politics in the mother as in the child land, only its form varies to suit the taste of its victims. End of Chapter 20, Part 1, General Reflections. Chapter 20, Part 2 of Triumphant Democracy by Andrew Carnegie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Chapter 20, Part 2, General Reflections. The trouble with the Liberal Party in Britain is that it leaks at the top. No sooner does a commoner do good work in Parliament and acquire a position as a Liberal member than he gets a bee in his bonnet. He or his wife and family longs to leave the ranks of the people and receive a title. I know several worthy men who have deliberately sacrificed their proud position as English gentlemen, which is equal to any, to enter the ranks of aristocracy at the very lowest round of the ladder, some of them not even upon the ladder at all. By so doing, they necessarily admit the idea of rank and confess themselves the inferiors of all the other degrees of the class. These men insult the people from which they sprung by leaving them for the aristocracy. By accepting rank, the newly made baronet gives an implied pledge that his earnest liberalism is at an end. He is simply bribed, and henceforth is a muzzled dog. If not, he is a traitor not only to his own class, but to the aristocracy he seeks to enter upon false pretenses. By this sad aberration, the Liberal party is constantly denuded of its able men. A man born in the aristocracy may be respected. A commoner who accepts a new title rarely is, although he may be excused. The query of the old duke, although not upon everybody's lips, is in everybody's thoughts. How shall I treat these new men? They are not noblemen, and they have ceased to be gentlemen. Not until the Liberal is far too proud of his manhood to place himself beneath any order whatever will the Liberal party hold assured sway, or even very greatly deserve to do so. The Republican member could not be paid to change his name. The monarchist will generally pay largely in service for the ornamental appendage. The one is entirely free from all temptations to sacrifice conviction for social position. For this no government or official can influence in the slightest degree. The other must be possessed of rare independence indeed to escape the corrupting social influences which radiate from monarchical institutions. If we compare the Senate with the House of Lords, the most prejudiced mind must surely grant the palm to the Republican Assembly, for such a spectacle as a body constituting the land-holding class, so completely as to be justly called the House of Landlords, legislating upon land in its own interest, is not seen elsewhere. It is not a rare act for a member of the House in Washington to rise and beg to be excused from voting because his personal interests are affected by a bill. Several presidents of national banks have done so when financial questions were being voted upon. We do not recall the name of any member of the Lords who has refrained from voting upon measures connected with the land. Even the bishops in that assembly may confidently be expected to vote against their coming expulsion instead of asking to be excused to act as public legislators to promote personal ends. I have spoken strongly of the Supreme Court and of the courts in general of the nation. The judiciary of the United States is pure and able, and possesses the confidence of the people to a degree equal to that justly reposed by the British people in their judiciary. 30 years ago, a few foreign-born citizens, known as the Tweed Ring, succeeded in casting such reproach upon 2 of the city judges of New York as in the eyes of foreigners to envelop the entire judiciary of the country in a haze of suspicion. And at a later date, a disreputable railway owner, long since dead, corrupted another city judge. Even to this day, I find lingering traces of the bad effects of this in Britain. It is necessary to explain to them that New York City, being then really controlled by the foreign-born vote, it was sometimes easy to elect as city judges very unsuitable material. These, however, it must be noted, were only city magistrates, their decisions being subject to appeal to higher courts. The discovery of this corrupt ring led to prompt corrections. The leader was required to surrender his property, imprisoned in the penitentiary, and died there. Others fled abroad and lived in hiding. Had the people failed to rise and throw party considerations to the winds and sweep away the disgrace, we should indeed have reason to doubt the wisdom of popular institutions. On the contrary, they rose in mass and, incensed beyond measure, swept the rascals from place. Since then, the city government has been comparatively pure. Using the fact that 3 city magistrates in this foreign city of New York had become the tools of a corrupt ring as a foundation for general charges, I have heard people announce that in America the courts were not pure. This has no greater foundation than what I have stated. A moment's reflection will convince one that it would have been impossible for the commercial and manufacturing interests of the nation to develop so enormously were there not in every state pure and incorruptible tribunals to render justice between man and man. The truth is that in settled parts of the Republic, courts of justice are quite as pure as those in corresponding situations in Britain, and justice is much more cheaply and more expeditiously administered. In the semi-civilized territories of the West, where society is beginning to crystallize, there are, of course, all kinds of courts, from the rude but generally strictly just vigilance committee to the improvised judge, who sits upon the plain pine-board bench in his shirt-sleeves and has not the strictest ideas of either judicial dignity or integrity. It is of this kind of court that the story is told, of the trial of a man charged with the most heinous of all crimes there, the stealing of a horse, the murder of a man in a street row being insignificant in comparison. The judge asked him if before sentence of death were pronounced he had anything to offer to the court. "Well, Judge," said he, "I haven't much, but if $100 would see me through, I think the boys," looking appealingly round, "would raise it for me." And they would have done so, no doubt, had the judge's words been meant as the prisoner construed them. In due time all this will pass away, and the courts now in the wilds of Dakota or Montana will develop into tribunals as free from suspicion as those which elsewhere grace the settled districts. If a man, knowing both countries well, had, unfortunately, to seek justice through the courts, he would certainly elect to bring his action upon this side of the Atlantic. The verdict would be much more promptly rendered, and the cost much less. In neither land, I make bold to say, would there arise in his mind the faintest suspicion of the honor of the judges who weighed and decided his cause according to the law and the evidence, and this, I submit, is much to say for both branches of the English-speaking race. Throughout this book, my readers will have noted how frequently reference is made to the conservative nature of the political institutions of the Republic, and to the resulting trait of deep and abiding indisposition upon the part of the people to enter upon novel measures or untried fields of legislation. Lord Salisbury's sagacious mind has evidently been struck with all this. The close and critical study of the Constitution and the various branches of the American government, which it has been necessary for me to undertake in the preparation of this book, has not shown me what I did not know before, but I feel bound to say that in a much fuller and clearer light the conservative character of these have been presented to me, and per contra that the essentially democratic structure of the British Constitution, with which I have naturally compared the former in my progress, has been shown to me in a remarkable degree. The political power of the non-elective monarch being of the past, although the social power is demoralizing upon the character of the people in every respect of its operation, we are face to face with a government without fixity of tenure, and consequently without power as against popular tumult, exposed to every passion of the populace. As long as the populace did not elect the members of Parliament, these were not compelled to give way to their temporary moods, but now, when manhood suffrage practically exists, these members are the servants of the masses and will conform to their every whim. As a staunch Republican with infinite confidence in the voice of the people, one who advocates the election of judges by universal suffrage, and who knows no civil rights which he is not perfectly willing to subject to the will of the majority, I warn the people of Britain that the masses are prone to be carried away temporarily by passion, and that it may be found necessary to interpose some shield between the sudden fierce outburst of an excited population and the officials subjected to the strain, not to thwart the sober judgment of the people, but to give it time to judge. This the Republic has in the fact that its executive and legislative officials are not subject to removal by the popular voice. They serve their appointed term, and they submit for approval or disapproval the results to their masters. With fixity of tenure in office, a Senate of which only 1/3 is changeable each 2 years, and a Supreme Court composed of judges approved by the Senate, and holding office for life, and retiring upon a pension, by whom all legislative acts are subject to be approved or rendered nugatory, our conservative friends will have no difficulty in reaching the conclusion that so far as security and sound government go, they have strangely missed the truth that the most democratic and ultra-republican community upon earth is much to be envied by the unfortunate supporters of an antiquated monarchical system, which new conditions have robbed of all its virtues, leaving behind only forms bereft of power. To prevent liberty from degenerating into license, popular tumult from overthrowing governments, or to prevent the peaceful enjoyment of property from being ruthlessly disturbed. I speak thus earnestly because I was a sad witness, from an advantageous standpoint, of the supreme weakness of the government in regard to the late Egyptian war, and especially of its virtual abdication of authority in committing to a man wholly unsuited to perform delicate tasks the issue of peace or war in the Sudan, not because he was, in the judgment of the cabinet, the best agent, but because a whiff of manufactured popular opinion seemed for a moment to demand the appointment. In like manner, responsibility for the Sudan has been disclaimed because the popular opinion demanded it. I speak thus, not of any one government or another, liberal or conservative. The evil is in the system. In the Republic, no similar weakness is discernible. The government is secure, and can consequently afford to do not what is popular at the moment, but that which will, from its good results, become popular by and by. Some of my radical friends may esteem this strange doctrine for a Republican to preach, but such are yet to learn that the equality of the citizen in a state is the surest antidote for violent revolutionary measures, and brings about in many ways deep and universal solicitude for calm, orderly administration. The privileges enjoyed by the masses are, in their estimation, far too precious to be disturbed. The Republic has seldom elected a popular orator, and never elected a public agitator as president. Believe me, the masses are only revolutionary when deprived of equality. Here is the record of 1 century's harvest of democracy. 1. The majority of the English-speaking race under one Republican flag, at peace. 2. The nation which is pledged by act of both parties to offer amicable arbitration for the settlement of international disputes. 3. The nation which contains the smallest proportion of illiterates, the largest proportion of those who read and write. 4. The nation which spends least on war and most upon education, which has the smallest army and navy in proportion to its population and wealth of any maritime power in the world. 5. The nation which provides most generously during their lives for every soldier and sailor injured in its cause, and for their widows and orphans. 6. The nation in which the rights of the minority and of property are most secure. 7. The nation whose flag, wherever it floats over sea and land, is the symbol and guarantor of the equality of the citizen. 8. The nation in whose constitution no man suggests improvement, whose laws as they stand are satisfactory to all citizens. 9. The nation which has the ideal second chamber, the most august assembly in the world, the American Senate. 10. The nation whose Supreme Court is the envy of the ex-Prime Minister of the parent land. 11. The nation whose Constitution is the most perfect piece of work ever struck off at one time by the mind and purpose of man, according to the present Prime Minister of the parent land. 12. The nation most profoundly conservative of what is good, yet based upon the political equality of the citizen. 13. The wealthiest nation in the world. 14. The nation first in public credit and in payment of debt. 15. The greatest agricultural nation in the world. 16. The greatest manufacturing nation in the world. 17. The greatest mining nation in the world. Many of these laurels have hitherto adorned the brow of Britain, but her child has wrested them from her. The precocious youth may be tempted to paraphrase Prince Henry's boast to his father, and say to the world, quote, "England is but my factor, good my lord, to engross up glorious deeds on my behalf, and I will call her to so strict account that she shall render every glory up." End quote. But please do not be so presumptuous, my triumphant Republican. I do not believe the people of Britain can be beaten in the paths of peaceful triumphs, even by their precocious child. Just wait till you measure yourself with them after they are equally well equipped. There are signs that the masses are about to burst their bonds and be free men. The British race, all equal citizens from birth, will be a very different antagonist to the semi-serfs you have so far easily excelled. Look about you and note that transplanted here and enjoying for a few years similar conditions to yours, the Briton does not fail to hold his own and keep abreast of you in the race. Nor do his children fail either to come to the front. Assuredly, the stuff is in these island mastiffs. It is only improper training and lack of suitable stimulating nourishment, to which their statesmen have subjected them, that renders them feeble. The strain is all right, and the training will soon be all right too. Much has been written upon the relations existing between Old England and New England. It is with deep gratefulness that I can state that never in my day was the regard, the reverence of the child land for the parent land so warm, so sincere, so heartfelt. This was inevitable whenever the pangs of separation ceased to hurt, and the more recent wounds excited by the unfortunate position taken by the mother during the slaveholders' rebellion were duly healed. It was inevitable as soon as the American mind became acquainted with the past history of the race from which he had sprung, and learned the total sum of that great debt which he owed to his progenitor. It is most gratifying to see that the admiration, the love of the American for Britain is in exact proportion to his knowledge and power. It is not the uncultivated man of the Gulch who returns from a visit to the old home filled with pride of ancestry, and duly grateful to the pioneer land which in its bloody march towards civil and religious liberty, quote, "through the long gorge to the far light hath won its path upward and prevailed," end quote. It is the Washington Irvings, the Nathaniel Hawthornes, the Russell Lowells, the Adamses, the Dudley Warners, the Wentworth Higginsons, the Edward Atkinsons, the men of whom we are proudest at home. Thus, in order that the Republican may love Britain, it is only necessary that he should know her. As this knowledge is yearly becoming more general, affection spreads and deepens. So much for the younger land's share of the question. And now what are we to testify as to the feelings of the older land toward its forward child? My experience in this matter covers 20 years, in few of which I have failed to visit my native land. I had a hard time of it for the first years, and often had occasion to say to myself, and not a few times to intimate to others, that it was prodigious what these English did not know. I fought the cause of the Union year after year during the rebellion. Only a few of the John Bright class among prominent men, ever and ever our staunchest friends, believed what I often repeated, that, quote, there was not enough of air on the North American continent to float 2 flags, end quote, and that the democracy was firm and true. When the end came and 1 flag was all the air did float, these doubters declared that the immense armies would never disband and retire to the peaceful avocations of life. How little these ignorant people knew of the man who fought for their country. They were soon surprised upon this point. I had to combat upon subsequent visits the general belief in financial circles that it was absurd to hope that a government of the masses would ever think of paying the national debt. It would be repudiated, of course. The danger passed like the first. Then followed prophecies that the greenback dodge would be sanctioned by the people. That passed, too. But well do I remember the difference with which I was received and listened to after these questions had been safely passed, and the Republic had emerged from the struggle, a nation about to assume the front rank among those who had disparaged her. I fear the governing classes at home never thoroughly respected the Republic, and hence could not respect its citizens until it had shown not only its ability to overwhelm its own enemy, but to turn round upon France and with a word drive the monarchical idea out of Mexico. And then it will be remembered that it called to account its own dear parent, who in her official capacity had acted abominably when her own child was in a death struggle with slavery, and asked her to please settle for the injury she had inflicted. This was for a time quite a staggering piece of presumption in the estimation of the haughty old monarchy, but nevertheless it was all settled by an act which marks an epoch in the history of the race, and gives to the 2 divisions of the Anglo-Saxon the proud position of having set the best example of the settlement of international disputes by peaceful arbitration which the world has yet seen. From this time forth it became extremely difficult for the privileged classes of Britain to hold up the Republic to the people as a mournful example of the folly of attempting to build up a state without privileged classes. Their hitherto broad charges now necessarily took on the phase of carping criticism. America had not civil service. It turned out all its officials at the beginning of every administration. Well, America got civil service, and that subject was at an end. Then the best people did not enter into political life, and American politicians were corrupt. But the explanation of the first part of the charge, which is quite true as a general proposition, is, as I have shown, that where the laws of a country are perfect in the opinion of a people, and all is going on about to their liking, able and earnest men believe they can serve their fellow men better in more useful fields than politics, which, after all, are but means to an end. "Oh, how dreadful, don't you know," said a young would-be swell to a young American lady. "How dreadful, you know, to be governed by people you would not visit, you know." "Probably," was the reply, "and how delightful, don't you know, to be governed by people who wouldn't visit you." All of the indictments against the Republic have about disappeared except one, and that will soon go as the cause is understood, for international copyright must soon be settled. End of Chapter 20, Part 2, General Reflections. Chapter 20, Part 3 of Triumphant Democracy by Andrew Carnegie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, in October 2020. Triumphant Democracy by Andrew Carnegie, Chapter 20, Part 3. General Reflections. During the period covered by this sketch of my experience, Britons have begun to read and hear more and more about the Republic, and I am happy to say, to run over and see for themselves what the main division of the race is about. The former visitor invariably made the mistake of taking the semi-English, semi-foreign New York City for the country. He had seen most of what was to be seen if he had spent a week or two here. So he thought, but the really able Britons like Morley, Huxley, Froude, Freeman, Farrar, Irving, Rosebery, Bell, Richards, Pigeon, Salt, Rogers, Seeley, Bryce, Spencer, Arnold, and others, who are all personages at home, and many of them personages anywhere. This class knows that until the Allegheny Mountains are crossed, the real native is rarely to be met with. And certainly not unless the visitor has access to the homes of those who figure little or none in political life can he see the best people of the land, or understand the foundation of personal worth upon which the state mainly rests. All this these good friends of ours know quite well, and upon the whole I think the Americans may be quite satisfied with the impression they have made upon this class of British visitors. Their reports about America, as far as I have heard them, direct or from those to whom they have been spoken, have ever been flattering, so that today I believe the affection with which the Republic regards the old land is in a fair way to be reciprocated. When the example of a nation is quoted by the leading men of another in grave crises as the best means of rousing their own people to creditable action, we may safely infer that its position in their esteem is at least secure. The instances in which the Republic is nowadays called upon to serve as the inspirer of the old land are too numerous to mention, but only last evening I read a speech made by Mr. Chamberlain, who was certainly nearer to the premiership of Britain than anyone except Mr. Gladstone, from which I extract the following. Quote, "To preserve the Union, the northern states of America poured out their blood and treasure like water, and fought and won the contest of our time. And if Englishmen still possess the courage and stubborn determination which were so lately the ancient characteristics of the race, and which were so conspicuous in the great American contest, we shall allow no temptation and no threat to check our resolution to maintain unimpaired the effective union of the three kingdoms that owe allegiance to the present sovereign." End quote. Note the if, my fellow citizens. If Englishmen still possess the courage and stubborn determination which were so conspicuous in the great American contest. Americans have been praised for their energy, their devotion to education and to religion, their inventiveness, their resolute payment of debt, and for other qualities. But who could have believed that a leading statesman of Britain would cite their high courage and stubbornness to the old bulldog race of Britons? Mr. Chamberlain, however, in my opinion, does the original race injustice. Men decreed by the laws of a state unworthy at birth to be equal citizens thereof have no reason to fight very hard and sacrifice much for its maintenance. Give them the rights of the American, my dear Mr. Chamberlain, and you will then see in Britain what patriotism means. There is not yet in Britain a government of the people, but a government and the people. Government is always thought of by the masses as something not of, but apart and above themselves. Americans may not be able to understand this, but it is quite natural in a country where government is based on the idea that its head springs from a higher source than the voice of the people and is beyond their control, descending from parent to child by right of birth. Yet so advanced a man as Mr. Chamberlain, it will be observed, speaks of the three kingdoms which owe allegiance to the sovereign. He does not seem to realize that just as long as the people owe allegiance to anybody but themselves, so long will he look in vain to his countrymen for the love and devotion to their country which is found in the breasts of Americans for theirs. They have not equal reason to love the land which gave them birth. The Republic honors her children at birth with equality. The monarchy stamps hers with the brand of inferiority. The following from the most powerful liberal organ in Britain, The Spectator, December 26, 1885, also invokes the action of the Republic as an example for the original race. Quote, Democracy ought to be strongest of all in its insistency that properly represented parts of the body corporate shall not set the body corporate at defiance and set up for themselves. It was found equal to the strength of purpose in the United States, and we trust that it will be found equal to it in the United Kingdom. The trial was severe and the conflict was long, but the tenacity of the democracy triumphed at last. We believe that it will be so with us. If we show indecision, if we show weakness, if we show that the spirit of determination to put down the secessionist tendencies of the day is not high within us, we shall undoubtedly be giving the first serious signal of national decay. We do not believe that it will be so. We believe that Great Britain, directly the situation comes out clearly before her, will nerve herself to as strenuous a policy as that which secured the integrity of the American nation in the great crisis of 1861. End quote. Democracy was found equal in the United States, and we trust it will be found equal in the United Kingdom. The democracy triumphed, and we believe it will be so with us. We believe that Great Britain will nerve herself to as strenuous a policy as that which secured the integrity of the American nation in the great crisis of 1861. If the old land, you see, only comes up to the standard set by the new, it is all that is even hoped for. But under monarchical institutions, it is impossible they can ever reach the standard. Monarchical institutions emasculate men, the masses, in greater degree. But even in public life today in Britain, there is probably not a man of the rank of a cabinet minister, no, not one, but would have bowed, and that low and repeatedly, if desired, to Gessler's cap, and smiled to think he had done himself no injury by so doing, since it was not a practical question. Of course, men can kiss the hand of the Queen, as one is proud to kiss the hand of any good woman, but how will it be when the Prince of Wales holds out his hand, and Misters Chamberlain and Morley, Collins and Broadhurst, Trevelyan and Fowler, and others are required to kiss that? I am not sure but that even these radicals may find it no strain upon their manhood to incur this degradation. But the first man who feels as he ought to feel will either smile when the hand is extended at the suggestion that he could so demean himself, or give it a good hearty shake, or knock his Royal Highness down. I have heard of ladies of high rank who say they never would kiss the prince's hand, but they need not trouble themselves upon this score, for the prince will make himself immensely popular by reversing the process and kissing their hands instead. He is a gallant gentleman. It is not the man we declaim against, but the effect of the customs fit only for serfs by which monarchy is surrounded, and which tend to keep men, even radicals, subservient. The masses of Britain always have been and are now with the Republic to the core. Their warmest sympathies and intensest admiration are bestowed upon the Republic. This sentiment has already reached the educated liberals. The more pronounced the liberalism, the more affectionately is the freer land regarded. The position of the country in its recent amazing strides, the peace and content which everywhere prevail, and beyond all, the regard for law and order and for the rights of property, the unmistakable conservatism of the American people on which I have dwelt, are fast making a decided impression upon the hitherto timid and misbelieving but educated people of the Conservative Party. They cannot quite account for it, and are not yet open to the truth that political institutions, which make all citizens equal, necessarily produce the virtues which I have recounted. But as no other explanation is seemingly possible, we may soon expect them to advance to its admission. Tory democracy may not then be an apparent misnomer after all. I should like Americans to observe how rapidly the thinkers of Europe are discovering the merits of their institutions and example. Several of Britain's foremost men have recently visited the country. The historian Freeman came first. Listen to what he says. Quote, "Your Constitution, above all, has gone through the most frightful of trials, and it has stood the test. I remember 20 years ago how shallow people were crying out that the principle of a federal system was proved to be worthless because certain members of a particular confederation wished to separate from it. I can only suppose that they fancied that no revolts, no separations, no dismemberments had ever taken place in the lands governed by kings. The retort is so obvious that I need hardly point out that the recent experience of Greece, of Belgium, of Poland, of Lombardy, of Sicily, of half a dozen European lands proved at least as much against monarchy as the secession of the southern states proved against federalism. At all events, they did not stop to think that, after all, they were only backing up one federal commonwealth against another. They must have shut their eyes to the fact that the Southern Confederacy, in its short-lived Constitution, reenacted all the essential features of the Constitution of the United States. The fact is one which I should turn about in another way. I can conceive no more speaking tribute to the wisdom of any political system than the fact that the men who were most dissatisfied with its actual administration, the men who were most anxious to escape from its actual fellowship, of set purpose reenacted its chief provisions for their own separate use." End quote. Mr. Freeman was followed by their foremost literary man, Mr. Matthew Arnold. Here is his conclusion. Quote, "As one watches the play of the Americans' institutions, the image suggests itself to one's mind of a man in a suit of clothes which fits him to perfection, leaving all his movements unimpeded and easy. It is loose where it ought to be loose, and it sits close where its sitting close is an advantage. The central government of the United States keeps in its own hands those functions which, if the nation is to have real unity, ought to be kept there. Those functions it takes to itself and no others. The state governments and the municipal governments provide people with the fullest liberty of managing their own affairs, and afford besides a constant and invaluable school of practical experience. This wonderful suit of clothes, again to recur to our image, is found also to adapt itself naturally to the wearer's growth, and to admit of all enlargements as they successively arise." End quote. The third of the trio is the historian, Mr. Froude, and here is his verdict. Quote, "The problem of how to combine a number of self-governed communities into a single commonwealth, which now lies before Englishmen who desire to see a federation of the empire, has been solved, and solved completely, in the American Union. The bond which, at the Declaration of Independence, was looser than that which now connects Australia and England, became strengthened by time and custom. The attempt to break it was successfully resisted by the sword, and the American Republic is, and is to continue, so far as reasonable foresight can anticipate, one, and henceforth indissoluble. Each state is free to manage its own private affairs, to legislate for itself, subject to the fundamental laws of the Union, and to administer its own internal government, with this reservation only, that separation is not to be thought of. The right to separate was settled once for all by a civil war which startled the world by its magnitude, but which, terrible though it might be, was not disproportioned to the issues which were involved. Had the South succeeded in winning independence, the cloth once rent would have been rent again. There would not have been one America, but many Americas. The New World would have trodden over again in the tracks of the old. There would have been rival communities with rival constitutions, democracies passing into military despotisms, standing armies, intrigues and quarrels, and wars upon wars. The completeness with which the issue has been accepted shows that Americans understood the alternative that lay before them. That the wound so easily healed was a proof that they had looked the alternative in the face and were satisfied with the verdict which had been pronounced. And well may they be satisfied. The dimensions and value of any single man depends on the body of which he is a member. As any individual, with his horizon bounded by his personal interests, he remains, however high his gifts, but a mean creature. His thoughts are small, his aims narrow, he has no common concerns or common convictions which bind him to his fellows. He lives, he works, he wins a share, small or great, of the necessaries or luxuries which circumstances throw within his reach, and then he dies, and there is an end of him. A man, on the other hand, who is more than himself, who is part of an institution, who has devoted himself to a cause, or is a citizen of an imperial power, expands to the scope and fullness of the larger organism. And the grander the organization, the larger and more important the unit that knows that he belongs to it. His thoughts are wider, his interests less selfish, his ambitions ampler and nobler. As a granite block is to the atoms of which it is composed when disintegrated, so are men in organic combination to the same men only aggregated together. Each particle contracts new qualities which are created by the intimacy of union. Individual Jesuits are no more than other mortals. The Jesuits as a society are not mortal at all, and rule the Catholic world. Behind each American citizen, America is standing, and he knows it, and is the man that he is because he knows it. The Anglo-Americans divided might have fared no better than the Spanish colonies. The Anglo-Americans united command the respectful fear of all mankind, and as Pericles said of the Athenians, each unit of them acts as if the fortunes of his country depended only on himself. A great nation makes great men, a small nation makes little men. We have also as recent witness the English writer Mackenzie, author of the remarkable History of the 19th Century and an excellent work on America. Here is the last paragraph of his work. America has still something to learn from the riper experience and more patient thinking of England, but it has been her privilege to teach to England and the world one of the grandest of lessons. She has asserted the political rights of the masses. She has proved to us that it is safe and wise to trust the people. She has taught that the government of the people should be by the people and for the people. Let our last word here be a thankful acknowledgment of the inestimable service which she has thus rendered to mankind." End quote. And finally, we have Sir Henry Maine's Popular Government, a work at which we must often smile, for Sir Henry is sorely afraid of democracy and charges popular government with all the ups and downs of the Spanish republics of South America and the French Republic, and never, seemingly, stops to ask himself how these communities have gone on, or how they would go on were the rule of a class tried by them, how France did under the monarchy of the Empire, for instance. Nevertheless, when he comes to the American Constitution, he gives us pages of favorable comment and closes his book with these remarkable words, quote, "The powers and disabilities attached to the United States and to the several states by the federal Constitution and placed under the protection of the deliberately contrived securities we have described have determined the whole course of American history. That history began, as all its records abundantly show, in a condition of society produced by war and revolution, which might have condemned the great Northern Republic to a fate not unlike that of her disorderly sisters in South America. But the provisions of the Constitution have acted on her like those dams and dikes which strike the eye of the traveler along the Rhine, controlling the course of a mighty river which begins amid mountain torrents, and turning it into one of the most equable waterways in the world. When the American Constitution was framed, there was no such sacredness to be expected for it, as before 1789 was supposed to attach to all parts of the British Constitution. There was every prospect of political mobility, if not of political disorder. The signal success of the Constitution of the United States in stemming these tendencies is, no doubt, owing in part to the great portion of the British institutions which were preserved in it, but it is also attributable to the sagacity with which the American statesmen filled up the interstices left by the inapplicability of certain of the then existing British institutions to the emancipated colonies. This sagacity stands out in every part of the Federalist, and it may be tracked in every page of subsequent American history. It may well fill the Englishmen who live in Facia Romula with wonder and envy." End quote. So, my fellow Republicans, the world is coming rapidly to your feet. The American Constitution is being more and more generally regarded as the model for all new nations to adopt and for all old nations to strive for. As I have said in a previous chapter, Americans need not expect the aristocracy ever to regard with other than prejudiced mind and vindictive hate a state which flaunts in their faces the truth that their existence is a positive injury to the nation upon which they feed like parasites. How can a peer of Britain, who is not more of a man than a peer, which few of them are, how can he have the slightest wish for the prosperity of a nation which would not tolerate his existence as a peer within its bounds? If any man believe that Queen Victoria, or the Prince of Wales, or Kaiser William, or any member of a royal family could receive more welcome news than that of the downfall of the Republic, which proves every hour to the parent lands that these royal people are only excrescences upon the state, the setters of bad example, and the very core around which the worst vices of English life gather and fester, if any one can believe this, his estimate of human nature differs from mine. There is not a crowned head in the world, nor a member of a royal family, who could refrain from secretly rejoicing at any disaster which would befall a republic, and the joy would be in proportion to the magnitude of the disaster. This is not at all to be wondered at. Indeed, it is obviously inevitable, and I must confess that when I hear of the downfall of any hereditary privilege, I croon to myself and am happy. No message so sweet. I have my revenge. The overthrow of a monarchy and the birth of a republic, as in the case of France, is a perfect wellspring of joy to my heart. I fancy there are few Americans who are not equally delighted. Then let them know and understand that with a bitter hate is the Republic hated by the royal families and aristocrats, no matter how well they may dissemble and appear to wish it well for policy's sake. Let but the Republic be in danger, and it will soon see how ready they are to stab it from behind. Fortunately, their power to injure grows less and less, and even today is quite impotent to arrest the constantly increasing volumes of genuine admiration and affection with which this country is regarded by all but this small, noxious class, which is rapidly fading away. The assimilation of the political institutions of the two countries proceeds apace by the action of the older in the direction of the newer land. Year after year, some difference is obliterated. Yesterday, it was an extension of the suffrage. Today, it is universal and compulsory education. Tomorrow, the joining of law and equity. And the next day, it will be the abolition of primogeniture and entail. A few years more, and all that remains of feudalistic times will have disappeared, and the political institutions of the two divisions will be practically the same, with only such slight variations of structure as adapt them to the slightly varying conditions by which they are surrounded. It has been and is my chief ambition to do what little I can, if anything, to hasten this process, that the two divisions may thereby be brought more closely into unison, that the bonds between my dear native land and my beloved adopted land may be strengthened and drawn more tightly together. For sure am I, who am in part the child of both, and whose love for the one and the other is as the love of man for mother and wife, sure am I that the better these grand divisions of the British race know each other, the stronger will grow the attachment between them, and just as sure am I that in their genuine affection and indissoluble alliance lies the best hopes for the elevation of the human race. God grant, therefore, that the future of my native and adopted lands may fulfill the hope of the staunchest, ablest, and most powerful friend of this land, and the great commoner of his own, that although they may be two nations, they may be but one people. Thus spake John Bright, And echoing once more that fond hope, I lay down my pen and bid my readers on both sides of the Atlantic farewell. End of Chapter 20, General Reflections, and end of Triumphant Democracy by Andrew Carnegie.
This video is brought to you by economics-freedom.com. Dive into the world of Austrian economics, libertarian principles, and the pursuit of financial independence. At Economics and Freedom, our mission is to educate, inspire, and equip you with the tools to understand the complexities of the modern economy, make informed decisions, and to advocate for a freer society. Explore our growing library of expertly written books, including The Principles of Austrian Economics, where you'll discover the power of free markets, sound money, and purposeful behavior. Libertarianism, which advocates for individual liberties, self-ownership, and free choice. Then learn how these principles tie into the economy through real-world examples and stock market analysis. Join our growing community as we expose the dangers of central banks, government spending, and bureaucratic control. Learn how sound money, free markets, and individual liberty are the only paths to true prosperity. If you're content with the status quo, this isn't for you, but if you're ready to take control of your future and reject the chains of economic ignorance, economics-freedom.com is your weapon.